But without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get into this. I'm gonna leave an open mic this time. I just won't be reading chat. Oh, I forgot to activate the macro. Oh, profile switch time. It is time to switch profiles, Baker. Oh, baby. I ain't firing no single bullet. That's better. Oh. I'm feeling rusty. Woo! I am so rusty. I am so rusty. Hopefully I warm up in a bed. No, need energy. This might make it more entertaining too if I just leave the mic open and just kind of let the thoughts flow freely. Sometimes it distracts me though. Sorry. The game. The staticking? Oh, okay, well I can fix that, hold on. Is it? Well, how's this, like the distance I have it right now? Because I moved it further away from my mouth. Though I do know how to fix that then. So, just give me 1 moment. That's good? Okay. Because all it really is the fact that this is into the blue. So, if it happens again, let me know. Because I'm naturally gonna go and get loud on occasion. If I'm gonna have an open mic in some sense. Hold on, I'll just connect it. What's up, Natsu? How you doing on me? Okay, Danny's over here laughing, so I'm obviously gonna have to check chat here in a moment. I'll let it sit and marinate a little. Give me a minute. No. Natsu, how dare you tell me how to live my life? Someone complained about damage numbers yesterday. I'll appease you. If my game crashes because of it, Sis,
Yes, Sizzle.
I'm kicking your ass. Someone complained about it earlier, though. I'll appease. Let's see. So alright, let me know how this sounds. I just got commented that it gets a little staticky from time to time if I get it like loud or something like that, so let me know if my volume's still good to begin with right now. But yeah, what's good, Joey? How's it going? Yeah, it's more infested ass kicking. We turned our damage numbers back on, and we're actually going to be running an open mic for this run, for the rest of it. I just won't be reading chat actively unless I pause, so. But this way you'll at least be able to hear the random banter. Good. At least you'll be able to hear the random banter that I do to myself while I do these runs.
It's actually pretty funny.
Alright, let's go. Okay, next one we're going to use an O2 capsule, because I can already see we're heading into a bit of a down spiral, so let's go ahead and do that. Beautiful timing too. Oh wow, up to 77 now. We'll wait until this one comes in. No, apparently not. I should have just used this one. My timing was slightly off there. I thought it was about to come in. Okay. Jin's dead, be very careful. Okay, there's the room cleared up. Put this guy here. Looks like we got one all the way in that little corner there. This guy's heading around over here. We got 50 seconds left in Jin. We do need to loot this. Is local. Hopefully it'll let me spam my 4. Oh shit, my 4 locked. Okay, there we go. We'll use a capsule this time around. We'll go ahead now over there and get it. 80% now. So, son of a Siberian hooker. Maybe good to go now. Let's see if I can't go above the loop. There we go. And they go too far above the mobs. Can you chase me? Come on. Yeah, get unbugged. Let's go. Come on. There you go. Good boys. No, 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 no! So happy I had my double jump. Oh, my balls are in my stomach. Probably should have 10-0'd there over my 4. 4 wouldn't have stopped him from gripping me. It's too slow of a cast. We have a good amount of O2 up. Anything we gotta use again will be okay. Okay, one more. If I can get a full cast off. Get one full cast. Okay, there we go. Okay. Is my Clem dead? Oh, I think my Clem died. Alright, let's spawn a Lancer then. Right now. Until we hit level cap, I really don't want to spawn another. He's moving around a lot, like he's not holding position. Oh no, he is. Okay, he's keeping mobile so he doesn't get hit, I guess. I don't know, I give up on asking. Oh, buddy, that was some FPS drop on my end. You may have to turn off damage numbers. I don't know why my bubbles aren't despawning. You saw how many casts that took for that thing to clear? It didn't make any sense. I guess maybe it's just how many bubbles I had up and the shrink time on the bubbles were causing the issues. They were despawned, but they were in their shrinking phase. That's gonna be my guessing behind it. Alright, let's go use an O2. There's 3 things there. Well, we're not gonna worry about them just yet. We'll get them on our way back. Just like that. And that. There we go. Slight overcap, but it's okay. Now we got these guys. Oh shit. Quick jump with a 4. Looks like that guy just got bugged. Looks like he's just... we're gonna have to wait for him. We're at 60. We do have another O2 up. Alright, let's go ahead and use that. Grabbing these will give me enough time to do that. And wait for a full recharge, and we'll start dashing our way back. No! Oh, come on. I was in the middle of casting my 4. Like, I came out in my Warframe casting my 4. I don't understand why this targeting wouldn't... be interrupted. Oh my god, I can't use any more energy pads. I hate this cooldown they added to the pads. Did they say anything about that in the like patch notes? I didn't read. They say that there would be a cooldown on pads. Just a weird thing to add. I guess not really too weird, but it's weird. I mean, I guess it's better than Sanctuary Onslaught where we're not allowed to use pads. Or Index for that matter. I think it was Index I was thinking. Yeah, Index, sorry. No, you can't use pads because you don't have a gear wheel in EOS if I remember correctly. Alright, let's... does this one respawn? Yeah. Okay, good. I didn't see. Did anyone happen to see how many revives I have left during that death? I don't know if anyone saw. I honestly, I kind of forget how many I have. I want to say I have 1 to 2 left. I know I have nothing more than 2. No, sounds good. All good. How you doing, Avara Prime? Did you enjoy getting nerfed in defense? I have 3 revives left? Holy shit! Going to the moons, boys! Like you're doing better than he thought. Oh, exciting. Let that build your confidence, you stupid shit. You still suck at the game. You still suck. Game. Let me up. Okay, that should be well out of range. Okay, good. My goal there was trying to get to the top of the roof so that I could cast my 4 while still hopefully being out of range of the tentacles. I don't... They're Pimpan strong is all I can really say. They take all the energy out of you with their Pimpan. Literally. Okay, good. Out of the dead point. Yeah, that's a nice spot. Should get a good pull in. See if we can't reorganize it right there. Well, everything's dying before it hits that point. Man, this KPS is insane with this. Or kill from KPH. It's just so much depth. I love the spawn increases that they put in this hard mode. It has made survival feel a lot better. I don't even care about the oxygen rate dropping. I actually like it the where it's at right now. It really makes you think. And anything to make this more mindless is great. I don't believe at the end of the day it should just be like one massive heavy number crunch. It should just be a mechanics war. So if you can envision you can do the damage in your head with adding things up, then it can always go to level cap. You thus then have to work with the mechanics of the game type that you're looking to go into so that you can appropriately get yourself to where you want to be. That's what I see this game turning into, more or less, which honestly I don't really have any complaints about. I complained heavily last time I played and did endurance very heavily about the fact that our kits were too limited, and I felt like I had no choices. And that went for more than just even like a weapon selection. That goes for like build selection and all that. Like you were so limited. It was just like viral slash. That's it. That's it. Yeah, of course viral does still play a huge role in everything, but you know, you knock off 50% of anything's health, it's gonna play a big role. But the thing is like slash is no longer like the dominant thing. You have other statuses that can actually still do good now. So I think as they slowly tune things around, it'll end up coming together better. One of the biggest things I think they need to do now is take slash off a cap and allow it to stack more times. Not that it's really going to make a difference, because most weapons that you put slash on, you generate a more than enough damage to just one shot, unless it's not melee. Like if you're just running like a, say, a hunter's munitions build, that's a bit of a different story. And that's where I think like an infinite stacking system of damage over time would come into a huge play. Like same even with gas and all that matter. Kind of allow players to not just have to look at these massive like single damage number builds, and allow them to formulate effective damage over time builds, so that we're not just mass burst damaging things down. Like, okay, there's a time and a place for that, but if you like damage over time, there's still a viable build for you to take the level cap and everything. Like back in the day when we had gas double dipping and all that effectively with Zenistar and all that. You know, like those types of situations. It's just not as niche, you know. So I think they should also look into coming out with more weapons that have innate procs behind them, you know. So that even if you build past it, you know, like say like here with the innate toxin, make ones with innate heat, like change Ignis Wraith around to make the heat damage innate on it. So that even after you mod out the heat's still there. And allow heat to stack up higher for damage over time. Yeah, I know it armor strips too and all that in CC, but yeah. Just even like a simple quality of life change, just making it a passive on it, you know, and not even changing anything else can really add a lot of quality of life. Same with Atmos and all that. I think next one we're going to be using a pod. I'm going to use the pod regardless. I'm not going to sit around and wait. One thing I will do is just wait for my energy to go up all the way. Let me catch up on chat here. No, it's sad you did a 12-hour run before she was nerfed. Yeah. Yeah, I was learning how to do that run. I was running into issues on Sedna. I don't know if you ever ran into this issue, but sometimes when you had to recast a stealth arrow, it would one-shot you, or it wouldn't re-stealth the objective, and then something would one-shot it. Usually for me, it was a Nox. For some odd particular reason, it was always a Nox. But yeah. Couldn't get past like 75 waves. Meanwhile, my slash proc still one-shot level 10 case. Yeah. That's just because you run a melee system, and well, DE for some reason doesn't want to implement that same combo system into everything else in the game, giving people the ability to really excel. For some reason, they don't want to do that. I don't know. With you. Oh, okay. Glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, it was something about Noxus. I don't know what it was. It was really frustrating though. I usually just I was honestly, in my opinion at least, when it comes to somebody who's in like the league of going for world records, I'm trash and a half at defense. Like, I'm decent at it, don't get me wrong, but like 100 waves is the highest I've gone because I just not good. I did it with Limbo back in the day with the old melee system, so maybe with the new melee system I have a much better chance to actually do it, and I have intentions of giving that a try once I get Limbo built and all that. But yeah, back in the day I was just trash. I did 100 waves and that was the best I'd ever done. Yeah, it was for the, meanwhile, defense, etc. So, literally everything in the game pretty much requires you to run mass CC or stealth. Those are really your only two options in endgame Warframe. And the sad part about it is there's not enough frames in the game that provide the appropriate type of CC needed. They're getting there. They've made upgrades on a few frames to allow it there, but there still are frames that they've even changed to Ember that just don't work. And it's like, well, why after the rework didn't you at least create some type of environment for it to go there? Like Wukong used to be able to go there, but then they were like, oh hey, by the way, nerf Defy. It's like, his only good part of his kit you shit upon. Yes, you changed it and made it pretty and flary, but you shit upon it at the end of the day. You just sprinkled some glitter on it afterwards. I don't care about your glitter. You're going to get back in this run. I just want to take some vape hits. Oh, we're getting a pretty good drop rate, actually. We may not need to use a capsule. I think we're rolling out of it now. Okay. That's a good news with the bears. That's a good news with the bears. Oh yeah, 95? I'm good with that. There's probably an O2 back there to make it 100, let's say. Nope, there isn't. I thought there would be. One of these days, I'm gonna hit that extract, and you're gonna hear me scream. I won't have anyone to get mad at. But DE for changing the way I do its survival. I almost thought about literally just running around the whole map and following spawns at one point during this when I was trying to figure out like a room to camp and everything. Before I went live, like it was It's been... I spent the greater part of 3 hours yesterday trying to figure out the new way to do survival in this thing. Because it's different. It's way different. It's good. It's just so different. I think if you run loot frames, you really won't notice it whatsoever. Like, especially in group play. I don't think it'll be evident at all. I think it'll feel like a buff in group play. But when it comes down to solo play, especially with non-loot frames, it's gonna hurt. And it's gonna take a lot of adapting. We're gonna wait 1 second here just to allow me to get some type of cast off. There you go. Don't hit me, don't hit me! I want a full duration bubble. Duration bubble. That's it. I got it. And I got it. Let's wait a second for full energy. That was a really good timed stealth there. There's a hand coming for me right at the exact same time. Oh, my lord. Hello. Hello, incoming. Hello. How are you? We are going to be taking a break here in roughly about... We'll do it at 300 minutes. I gotta go take care of old lizards, so... I gotta go get everything ready for that. We're going to be actively streaming throughout the whole day. I'm just going to leave it running and I'll do my AFK bits as I need to. As I told people earlier, I'm not going to be going all hardcore on the... what's it called? I'm trying to keep right with the AFKs according to what you theoretically should be doing as a streamer. Only due to the fact that, well, I can't even meet those requirements to begin with. I can try my best, but I never really meet there, so... With me not taking streaming seriously anymore in the sense of wanting to make streaming the primary, like, goal, if you will, for success. I am switching it over to more content creating and just using my streaming as a platform for archiving. So I don't have to waste hard drive space and I'll deal with all that. I'll still probably do some runs here and there offline, but most part, no. But I won't be going crazy with the or like not going AFK and everything. Like before, even though I would take good like long AFKs, like 15 minutes and such, to be fair, it was just literally the bare minimum needed to help me with my conditions. So, like, I would literally just get over everything and then come right back to it within like a minute after finishing. So, not gonna be doing any of that anymore. We're getting iffy on these spawns here. I'm gonna go take a look over here. Nothing over here. Just that one. I'm so happy I didn't get grip there. I'm gonna have to wait for that O2 to come in and pray some more stuff drops in the meantime. We're getting decent drops now. Got 3 there, that'll help pat us over. We should have about 10 to 15 seconds before the next O2 comes in. There it is. I thought I was far enough. Okay. Brings us back up to 80. Got another cast. Okay, let's go loot. Oh, I thought I was going to slide close enough. That's 68. We got about 30 seconds before the next one comes in. Let's get this oxygen right here. Oh, never mind. I am off on my timer. Well, that's good. Means we held over better than I thought. Come on. Thank you. Okay. I think that'll be a really good way to do it. Go back in with 10-0 and Void Blast them down just to CC them. And then we can clean them up easy. I like that. I like that. dead point. Perfect. At least I get to come back to slightly less stress, maybe. Just my luck, it will be going right back in now that we're getting out of it. It seems to be how the rotation is you get out of it for like just a little bit of time, just enough to get slightly comfortable, and then all of a sudden you're back into the rotation. And it's been very consistent like that too. Not like in normal survival where the lulls of high and low are actually more spread out, if you will, and they take longer to actually stop occurring, if you will, and switch rotations. It allows you like a lot of time to get comfortable and all that. Like you even get comfortable in the dead points even. They last for so long. So it's interesting to see how it's the flow is on here, more or less. He just avoided me altogether. He said, I know you're spamming your tube, but I just gonna slink in between all that nonsense. That's what you get. That was either 7.6 million or that was 76 million. By the way, nice. I think it was 76 though. So that was 18 mil right there. But I did make changes in this build overall to how I usually run it. Oh shit, shit, okay. I did not know where it was going to respawn me after falling. But yeah, I made some changes to everything in the way of the build. Like I actually use overextended in here. I only have 70% power strength. I didn't know how well it was going to really hold up. I kind of just took a leap of faith into it because I needed more range. Auger reach and stretch just was not enough, so I knocked out auger reach and put in overextended instead. And it's been a nice change. I'm just happy it held up as well as it has. I was a little nervous. I knew I had a lot of overkill with my other build. Like I had a shit ton of overkill in the way of a normal mission. But with the fact that they had 250% more health, I didn't quite know if it was going to hold up to that. But it seems it's holding up well. With the new way the scaling goes, if you can kill something at around like 3,500, then you can kill at level cap. And I would have to say here for hard mode, it might be a little closer to 5,000, but we'll find out. Like it might be 5,000 to 6,000. Like before the value changes really occurred, that DE did, it used to be 7,500 really. That if you were able to effectively kill like efficiently at level 7,500, then you could kill at level cap. But even if you could kill at level 5k, you weren't guaranteed to being able to kill at level cap because of just how obscured the numbers were when it came to the scaling. Come on, right there, right there, right there. There we go, we got that room pulled. Yes. They were all stuck in there. I was trying really hard to get them pulled out. Very happy it worked. We got one left in there, which I can deal with the one being left in there. That's good with me. That is good. Alright, we're over 300 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and get ourselves ready for a break. We're in a fairly comfy spot right now, so we'll leave it here. I got like 7% left before I gotta go and decide to do anything. So that'll give me that time. Everyone bitching about Vahek on Steel Path. You just one-shot him through all the phases. What'd you use, Natsu? Let's take a look at our loot here before I switch over. All the stuff. The scene and everything. $49 steel essence in 5 hours. That's pretty much at 10 an hour. Which I can tell you I didn't get in that exact ratio. It was not no 10 an hour I got. It's just been steadily increasing for drop rate over the time of doing this run. So that's not bad. 31 ribbon silver. That's not bad at all. 1400 glassmaker standing. Yeah, pretty good run. 6k drop endo, not including rotational endo, so I should have around... I didn't get many on rotations from what I could see. Unless they just... No, there it is. There's the 400. Yeah, I didn't get too many of those, so I would say probably 8k endo. Of course, then you got the mod chance, which... This has made a massive difference. I didn't think mod chance drop booster made this big of a difference, but I've never gotten this many golds in a single run. So I can honestly say it makes a massive, massive difference. I also have never had this much KPS in a single run, so it's passively artificially inflated as well. So it's hard to really say, you know, is it the mob count that's allowing me to get 58 lasting stings, or is it the drop chance booster? Or is it just a slight combination of both, making the drop chance booster look a lot stronger than what it really is? Who knows? But yeah, that drop, like, mods are incredible this run. You could probably easily get a condition overload now. Like, the price on that's probably gonna tank. I did see it at 30 plat though the other day, so I mean it's already tanked. Ash Rubico. Makes sense. Makes sense. Good stuff. His Shuriken has that effect. Nice. We've used 9,000 abilities. 9,000. Oh, I'm sorry. We used over 9,000 abilities already. That's all manual click. That's not a macro.
My poor
I think I'm gonna have to adjust the fire macro to include the 2 from now on. Oh man, I think I'm gonna have to do that. It's still 2 actions, so we're fine. I used to do that with it, in all fairness. It used to have it in there. The only reason I took it out was for other missions, like when I ran other types of fissures and everything like that. It worked, it just didn't work that well. So I kind of just forgot to actually add it in. There we go. Alright, let's give this a quick testy poo and make sure this is working, and then we'll get our break going. Yep. There we go. Yeah. Alright, hold up here. Oh, we're gonna have to use an O2. I don't want to have to come back to this. I'm already in the mind state for this, so... Oh! No, we won't. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. Alright, so that works. I wasn't gonna deal with that. I was not gonna deal with that. I was seeing how many times, like, that is, like, at that point, that's when you do actually risk breaking a fucking keyboard. I'm planning to sit in here for 100 hours. So, multiply that times 20. 180,000 times of click that button. Or, like, theoretically, I would say probably like 170,000. But yeah. Let me make this text just a hair bigger. Just like that. We're back on a break. And this one goes just a tiny bit bigger too. There we go. Alright everybody, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When I come back, we're gonna get back into some more of that run. I'm gonna go get my lizards taken care of, get some meds in me, etc. So definitely be sure to enjoy the gameplay while I am AFK, and I do want to thank you all that do stay around and chill, and I do want to thank you all that have stayed around while I was playing the game. And if you are going to be gone during that time period, definitely hope to see you again when I am back in play. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. Alright, everybody. I am back. I do want to thank y'all for staying around for the break. And, Godly, yeah, I did delete my account. After DE told me that if I did like runs, that even though it was found to be legitimate, I would still receive trade suspensions. I got fed up with it and deleted the account, and that's why I started the non-plat account. But yeah, I am doing my, the mag run right now on the non-plat account. Yes, exactly. They have ways to make it right, and they refuse to do anything about it to make it right. I mean, they rather sit there and fight with tickets on me for 2 weeks. That's what they rather do, is fight for 2 weeks in tickets and not even tell me until 3 weeks later what I even did to receive the trade suspension. I mean, like, doesn't that sound like a huge waste of man hours to sit there and argue with somebody for 3 weeks straight? After you already had stated, yeah, it's fine. You know, like, why didn't you tell that person that, yeah, you know, if it happens again and we find that it's the exact same one, just put in a ticket and we'll get it removed for you. Cool. Chill. I understand not being able to fix your bot for whatever reason, you know, but shit. You gotta do something to make up for it. Oh, you weren't calling? Oh, okay. 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 You know how context can be hard to read sometimes when it comes to the internets. Yeah. Do I miss the account? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I miss the ribbons. More than anything. Everything else is reobtainable. It's the ribbons that aren't. But honestly, I don't even care about ribbons. I still haven't even unveiled a single ribbon that I have. Like, I have like 6 or 7 ribbons that I still gotta unveil. And I haven't touched them. I have no reason to. So, I have like 80,000 Kuva. I don't have a reason to touch the stuff. I find no reason for ribbons in the game. Yeah, I use Zen pretty much all the time as Zeneric. There's very few instances, even in the past, where I wouldn't use Zeneric.
Only times you change out of Zeneric was out on.
No. Or if I did a endurance run that was going to be only melee based, and then I would try and figure out something with that. But outside of that, I really just liked Zeneric. The energy regen is so nice. I just can't be... I can't be bothered with it. There's not many instances at the end of the day, in my opinion, where ribbons are really needed. They're just a luxury. Why'd you stop doing the walkthrough? I haven't stopped doing it, it's just more or less, like, I guess you could say priorities changed after getting my account banned on Twitch. But I still have all the footage and everything. I have the first 100 hours of mission time recorded. Whatever, of course, that equates to an actual play. But yeah, I have all that recorded, and I'm going to keep doing the non-plat walkthrough. Yeah, I pretty much have episode 3 done. I think the only thing I gotta do is finish putting in the video segments, or it was record the audio. One of the two. There's one of the two things that I had to do with that, and episode 3 is done. But then, yeah, that happened. Those walkthroughs, though, I'm gonna be honest. Like each video, it takes me a long time to do them damn things. Like in actual just editing time, I would say a good 15 to 16 hours with editing and doing the voiceover and all that. It's a lot of work. It's worth it though. It's really nice to see the outcome of it in the videos. So. But yeah, that's something I don't intend to stop doing because I want to use that same format into other video games as well. When it comes to, you know, of course, you never want to put all your eggs in one basket, and that goes for video games as well. You never want to put all your eggs into one video game. You never know where that video game is going to go in the future. You don't want to be shut out, essentially out of a job because you worked for one company, you know. If you have the opportunity to work for, let's say, multiple companies, then it's always better to do that. You cover your ass better. Yes, I am planning actually to farm both of those. With Cora being the new meta frame for farming, she'll be definitely on my list, and it'll be nice to have Octavia back. Yeah, the way I figure it, Godly, is like if I'm going to do something, I might as well do it right, you know, to the best of my ability. And I could say one of the main reasons probably why it takes me so long to do the editing is because every time I do editing, I try to add one new thing into editing. So I usually have to take a good 3 to 4 hours of research to just figure out how to do that one new thing. But it's always well worth it. By, you know, the end of 15 videos, you've already added 15 different new things and learned how to do 15 new things in your program you're using. And that becomes priceless at the end of the day. But thank you so much for enjoying that series. It's actually really relieving to see that my my efforts go to to at least, you know, somebody enjoying it. It's really good to hear, because I do put all that work into it at the end of the day for the individuals watching it. So it's really nice to see. Really nice. Best tips for MR7? Do your main quest line. Start building towards getting mods together. Those two things would be the biggest thing I'd recommend. Focus on mods. Don't focus on prime sets, prime parts, any of that stuff. It's all honestly completely irrelevant to where you're at in the game right now. As you can get a great weapon, but if you don't have the mods for it, it's not going to excel the way you need it. So, like, you can take all your weapons that you can currently get at MR7, and if you mod them correctly, you'll be able to take them into sortie content. You know, for the most part, when it comes to your actual loadouts and everything. And if it's not sortie, it's going to be at least level 60. So you'll be able to get everything you need done by that time, as long as you mainly focus on mods. So my best recommendation would probably be something of the sort of pick your best weapons that you enjoy playing right now, pick the frame you enjoy the most, do research on builds for them, and try to match those mods best possible. If you're not able to obtain the Prime version, just go ahead and get the normal version. It's not a big deal. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not going to be a big deal. For where you're at in the star chart progression and everything, or where you're at in the game, Prime mods are an irrelevant figure. For the most part, to be completely honest, they're damn near irrelevant in the game, and the only thing they really give is quality of life. You can really replicate all the things you need without even having to worry about that stuff. Like I said, it just adds quality of life, which means laziness. Yes, corrupted mods are massive. The Delaric mods are going to help you out a lot, but just mods in general. That's why I say, like, you figure out what you want there, go look up some YouTube videos, find those builds, screenshot those builds, throw it onto your desktop so that when you log on, you know, you can take a look at what you need to get and everything, and you can just slowly build yourself up to that situation. That's going to be my best recommendation there. After you've started to get mods together, and you're in a bit of more of a comfy spot, I would say start progressing yourself into etalons, which is then you would be getting yourself your frame that you want for etalons, the role, whatever role you want to partake with, and then you would start kind of building around that, because then that would allow you to start farming out your arcanes, which would be your next natural step. It would be your arcane / amp after you build mods. And then after you build your mods, and you have arcanes and you have your amps all nice and pretty, then you can really start focusing on getting prime variants of things. Until then, mods are just the most important thing. If you're really want those prime mods, like, it's essentially a fixation of yours. I'm not going to downplay it. You can go ahead and have that fixation. It's not completely unwarranted, because there is a lot of nice quality of life that's given with them. Don't craft anything prime at all unless you know it's going to be a very essential later on. Like, and I mean very, very essential. I would say even when it comes to frames, go as far as maybe try to farm out the normal frame unless it's an absolutely abysmal farm, like say something like Equinox or Trinity. Those have a different stipulation to it, but for the most part, you just kind of look into getting the normal frames even and doing fine with that. Yeah, so you can turn all your extra prime parts into like ducats and all that kind of stuff, and it'll allow you to be in a better position when it comes to buying those. Also, a lot of the Prisma weapons, at the end of the day, they are incredible weapons for the most part. You got like Meridetron, Prisma, Dex Cleaver, dual cleavers. Those are like my two favorites. Those are the only ones that stick in my head. The Prisma Gorgon, another great weapon too. There's nice weapons from there as a whole that are going to be worth getting. So, but yeah, mods is all I can really say. That was my biggest focus when I hit MR7. MR7 is when I did my very first endurance run, and I did an Annie run with the Dex Dracatas, the dual-wield swords that you get, and I was able to take myself to level 160 without even like Blood Rush or anything like that, just by focusing myself on trying to get the mods I needed for a baseline build. So to give you an idea there overall, like, that's what you'd be setting yourself up for, so that you could play the rest of the game easier, and then when you want to get something new, you can actually enjoy that new thing. You're not getting a new item and then having to work for the upgrades for that item. You've already done all the upgrades needed, because the upgrades are a universal piece. It's a simple question if you don't do much in the game. Let me put it to you that way. If you're a very casual player, you won't understand the true steps to take. And that's only because Warframe is a game that you can really take whatever approach you want to the situation, and you have a 90% chance of succeeding. And that's why, based on what the player does in the game, will be based on their response, because 90% of the time their path will work. It's a very slim chance that their path isn't going to work in Warframe. Warframe isn't a game where you have, like in, say, most MMOs or even most grind-based games, not even MMOs, just most grind-based games, you have a road to follow, and that's your road. If you deter from that road, you slow down your overall progression. Warframe is not really so much that game because there's not an emphasis on endgame play. And because there isn't an emphasis on endgame play, you don't have a true road to take. You just kind of like, you stare at the path ahead and you're essentially walking into the forest because there's no damn path. And you just know if you head straight through the forest at some point in time, no matter the direction you go, as long as it ends up being straight, you're good to go and you're going to get out of the forest. Because the forest isn't big. If that makes any type of sense. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'd have to say the same for you as well. I'm not good at taking compliments. I don't know if it's like a humble thing or what.
No, you're just awkward.
Yeah. But thank you so much. Like I said, just focus on mods. Get yourself some builds together, because everything you can access in the game right now is going to get you everywhere you need to go. The one thing I've heavily emphasized in Warframe is that the MR wasn't always 20 plus. There was a point in this time where the MR never even exceeded 5, you know? And because of that, you have to understand that at some point in the game, you really don't have to keep focusing on MR. That MR just becomes a luxury. It becomes nothing more than a luxury. There's a lot of nice luxuries that you get with it, don't get me wrong, but it is nothing more than a luxury. And I would honestly have to say, where you're at in the game, that's where I felt that way. MR7 is great. It's a beautiful MR. There's a lot of things open to you, a lot of fun things. One thing I could say look into if you haven't built would be Naomi Skyline. Beautiful, beautiful melee weapon from the dojo. It'll get you so far in the game. You will love it. Build it up for a viral build. Get the dual status mods for viral, the Toxin and Frost one. I believe the Frost one is from a spy mission. I forget what tier. And the dual Toxin mod comes from tier 4 void missions. Which honestly, both of them sell really cheap. So if you're somebody that does use platinum, you can get them really, really, really cheap. And I would highly recommend into that weapon, if anything. That was, besides my Dex Cricata, that was my favorite weapon I used while I was going through the star chart. And it's only an MR2 weapon, but that weapon is phenomenal. It's literally on par with the Dex Cricata. The only reason I didn't use it all the time was because I already had a potato in the Dex Cricata. And when you get an extra 30 mod capacity, it's really hard to, or double the mod capacity on it, it's really hard to ignore that situation. But yeah, this is what we do in this channel. We break down real science. We don't ever just accept a simple answer, I guess would be the best way to describe it. Because there is no simple answer to any question, if that also makes any sense. Alright. We're gonna get back into this. I'm not gonna be reading chat right now, just to let you all know. Oh, that's right. I don't have to spam 2. we get a good duration? Yeah. Alright, let's go use Pt.2. We'll let ourselves regen. Perfect timing. Nope. Yeah, I'm turning damage numbers off. Sorry. Sorry to anybody that loves them. I'm not crashing my game for it. Not for how long I have to sit in here. I shouldn't have that issue again. The main reason why I can't do it at the same time, I'm probably gonna guess. No, it does usually cause a memory leak regardless of using a macro. But I would have to say my macro isn't helping the situation. I know it looks more boring like this because you can't see all the crazy numbers going all around. But you gotta think with those crazy numbers comes sacrifice somewhere. You know, when you're trying to sit in here for 100 hours, you're not really gonna take that risk. Or that sacrifice. Only thing I will do is at some point through when I hit level cap, and that'll just be because I want it for the video. I will turn on the... Damn, it happened again. Don't note that. But I will turn back on the damage numbers just so I can record it for the video that I'll end up making for this whole thing. Let me check a few more things. You know what, we'll exit out of this. I'm gonna close the Discord as well. And I believe that'll do it. Alright, this should hopefully run better now. Kinda thinking of taking back my hosting computer from my parents, because I think it's better than Danny's gaming computer, and I might just do a whole switcheroo because I don't need as much hardware. After my gaming computer fried and we moved back down here, my parents were running on a terrible, terrible PC. So I gave them my host PC that I used to use for streaming. It's not a bad PC whatsoever. It's just a very bottom of the line gaming PC. I spent like $700 on it. But it'll net you in like 150 FPS on WoW with the settings at high. So it's not terrible in any sort of fashion. It just runs off of AMD parts. So with some games you might receive a bit of a hit when they're more allocated better for Intel based NVIDIA. But for the types of games she plays and everything, it works fine. I've been thinking of doing that. So I think I know the CPU is better. I have a Ryzen 3 3300 in that one. I would just have to sit there and do the manually transferring of all their files to this one. Just fine, we have external hard drives. That's not too much of an issue. I also should slap the 1060 that I have in my gaming PC, if it's still good, into this one and replace the 1050 Ti that's in here. There's definitely a very noticeable difference when I switched that one. I still have 6. I have to wait it out. I should have the other. There it is. They have the mob count in here so high that mobs are just naturally bugging out. That's interesting. That is a very interesting thing, you know? I might have to switch camping rooms and go back to the main room and clear that up. Because it's just... there's still little mobs coming through now. That was dumb. Oh, he was on my ass. Oh, buddy. Let's see how that fixes it. For anyone wondering, he didn't seem really stressed doing that. I was. I shit myself about 6 times. I just know how to contain my voice. But my lord, that was terrifying. What are you doing? Who's over there? Oh, okay. Yeah, who's over there? Oh. Okay. Some random ass mob with radiation on him. Just stop screwing up my spawn count. Thanks, buddy. Appreciated. Baker, it's only one mob. Listen, you see how many are sticking in the room? It's not just one mob anymore. You just made it 20 instead of 19. There's like a whole party going on in the old camp room. You may ask, why aren't you going over there and camping there then if they're all just chilling there? Well, because when I was camping there, mobs were spawning directly on top of me. So... yeah. About that. Oh god. Shit. Okay. Osprey. I see an Osprey, I get scared. I get so damn scared. There are more in my deaths than anything else in this game. I hate those fuckers. Oh, beautiful spot. No. Okay. I wanted to loot those over there so I didn't have to deal with an awkward loot situation when I came back. Or when I had to go loot those over there. I'm getting really annoyed about that one radiated mob. Did they just stay permanently radiated? That's the new radiation thing, so when they hit 10 stacks of radiation, they become permanently your ally until they die? I don't know how I feel about that. They say, well, why is that a bad thing? Because I don't want it to be my ally. I just want it to distract. Okay, we're gonna want to use an O2 next time, more than likely. Can I get a good duration? Thank you. And off to... Oh, Jesus. There's a lot of oxygen just chilling there. Oh boy. It's raining O2. And we almost overcame. Beautiful. Come on. There we go. Okay. Time to go. Let's wait for a full regen. That guy should just despawn over there. go. Almost time to do it. Oh. Got it. I hate the scaling after 4K. It's so slow. I don't know why they have it like that. It used to make sense to me for melee weapons, but I guess now it only makes sense to me for sniper rifles. I don't know. I don't know. I just think the scaling should never change the way it is in the original formula. Oh shit. Damn it. Oh no. Okay, we're definitely in the middle of a dead point right now. I have to pay a lot of attention. It's a pretty heavy dead point right now. Okay, next one. Next loot we'll be using O2. Okay, we got that up. Wait for this to go. There, and go. Slide over cap, but it's okay. Seven. Probably get ready to go. Yeah. Just assume yes. Really play it safe. And we'll collect any O2 that decided to spawn. No. I wonder, can I take off the hit marker? Not so much the radius thing, but just the hit detection display, let's see. Interface. Interesting. I didn't know my field of view wasn't up there. It's a little better. I can't say that made that big of a difference. So. Nope. I love the overtime on this. It's not like it's got ramp up. It's got a lot of ramp up on it, but it's strong. My burst comes from the fact that I got specters. They're my burst damage. I'm the ramp up damage. It helps complete everything. They're the burst damage to help keep it going. Yeah. Equipping a Spectre with a Dread when you're running with Mag. Anything with a Nate punch through and projectile. Like Lenka would maybe be your best option. Only in due to the fact that it has innate, or it has passive, what's it called? Not passive, but innate electricity on it. And electricity is a wonderful form of CC. So that can help you out a lot. It's why a lot of people like Arcaplasm more for Spectres, because of the innate radiation in it, and the weapon has infinite punch through. So you're able to really cover up a large bases of mobs really quick with it. It's nice. Next one, we'll go use the capsule. Oh, I did not see that. I did not see that. I didn't see that wind up, otherwise I would have void formed it. Did not see his wind up. Wound up the pitch and I missed it. Yeah, smacked me right in the jaw. No foul or anything, just stupidity. We only got 6 up. This is not good. Hi. I didn't die. Just a second and go. Must have been an energy drain mob. No energy. Alright, luckily there's a good amount dead here, so we'll just go loot real quick. Yeep. That was a yeep. I almost extracted. I will be right back. I'm gonna go check on the lizard that I have. Sit on a heating pad right now. I'm ready to be soaked. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. He's doing good. If you're wondering why do I have them on sitting on a heating pad, it's because they're nighttime right now. And it's just the only time I have available currently to actually take care of them appropriately. So, I warm them up beforehand so that he can soak in some nice warm water as they are tropical. So... Thankfully for them, it's not the worst thing in the world to just have a nightly routine with them. Still get taken care of throughout most of the day, but yeah, it's near the end of my day and I don't usually trust myself by the end of the day when it comes to my hands. And for anyone wondering what type of blizzards, they're just little anoles. One red one, it's like, I forget exactly what it's called, like in Northern Carolina. And then 2 browns. Nothing crazy extravagant. What it gets extravagant is like the 100 hours that I've put into building their enclosures. It should be 100%, yep. I wonder if they originally intended on doing the hard mode, and that's why they dropped the HP of everything. I'm just curious on that. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that was the original intention behind why they did it. I think they realized they screwed up on 99% of the kits in the game, or weapons in the game, and they really didn't scale appropriately. They all just became trash, no matter how godly your Riven was. I think that's what happened. Because that's what I found when I tried to science things. I was amazed to get some weapons to like 300 to 400, and I'm like, what the hell is this? An amazing Riven on this thing, and I can only take it to level 300? What the hell nonsense is that? Should be about at least a level 1000. Bare minimum. It's a 10th of the level cap, and tell me I can't get there. 10th of the way there? Not even a 10? It's this type of stuff to think about when you're actually making these items. It's like, yeah, the percentage of players that go there isn't high, but that's an irrelevant factor to the fact that you're making the weapon for everybody in the game. Oh, this could be dead. Oh, shit. No, that runner didn't kill me. Could have just exploded as I ran over and it would have been game. It would have been game, baby. Go. Oh, holy shit. How didn't that kill me? It was a fucking hand right to the face. It didn't even proc shield gaining. It just threw me back. The character was like, yeah. Yeah, you do that, but I don't feel it. No. Sorry. That's pretty crazy. That's all I could really say to that. That was crazy. I expected to at least have shield gaining proc. There you go, right back up to 100. Alright, we're gonna get ourselves ready for a break here. Go get everything finished up. And I'll probably take a moment to get some meds in me as well. But we want to thank you all that do stay around for the break, have stayed around. I've been doing this craziness, and I do hope you all have been enjoying it. And we'll be leaving you in the graces of some more of my 27.5 hour long ODS with Octavia while I am AFK, so definitely be sure to stick around and enjoy the mallet goodness of Octavia and Endurance. Kind of getting this situation cleaned up a bit before I go AFK. I can come back to that mess. That'll be nice. It's like leaving a mess to the new shift. Alright. There we go. What are we looking anyways? 26,673 kills in just under 6 hours. So 5,000 would be 25,000, 6 would be 30,000. So we have dropped significantly on kills per hour. Significantly. I'm no longer at 5,000 kills per hour. Well, that sucks. That really sucks, because I should be at 30,000 already. So there has been a slight fall off, even though you're seeing things die relatively quickly and all that. There has been a very notable fall off of around 1,000 kills per hour. So it'd be interesting to see how it goes, because we still have another 4,000-ish, 3,500 somewhere around there, levels until we hit cap. So it would be interesting to see how that holds out. DE would count specters into a different tab, or just give me the ability maybe in the logs that I can download to look and see where like specter damage was comparatively to mine, just something like that to, I guess, maybe give me a better idea of how well I'm actually still killing. I mean, granted, we did just watch me earlier at level 6,000 walk down a hallway by myself and clear out the entire hallway and then into a main room, clear out that main room and walk all the way back to my main camp spot. So I guess that pretty much shows I still have a lot of viability, and maybe my KPH is only down because of the amount of bugged mobs. That could be it. So maybe moving to my old camp room might net me in better results. Hard to say, because I have 2 instant spawns on me, but if they're not spawning in those allocated areas, then it becomes a hinder. I don't know. We'll sit here and think about it while I'm doing my break and all that. Anyways, we're going to leave you all in the graces, like I said, of some beautiful Octavia gameplay with a mallet. Beautiful Octavia. I don't have it pulled up yet, so give me one moment on that. I decided to close down the file every time I'm not using it so that I can free up computer performance a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and take this break here. When I come back, we'll continue up with this nonsense. Like I said, I cannot thank you enough for you that have stayed around and do stay around. And we'll see you all when I come back from the break. My English has failed this time. Let me go reflect on that too.
Pt.2 operative just found. They could not do this without you. We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Alright everybody, we are back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. Go ahead and close this up, switch back on over. And we'll be getting back into this. I'm gonna check some things real quick. Everything's running good. CPU's 109, which I'm not too big of a fan of, but I haven't changed the fan speeds on that one. I have to really go through the BIOS and do that and look it up. And what amps and all that are going to be safe with that thing. So, rather not accidentally blow the damn thing. We should be good now. Can you check the stream, make sure I paneled over right and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Back to it. Oh, no, level 6800. Oh. It crept up out of nowhere. That's good. Oh. That side all cleared up and looking pretty damn empty. There's the 69. So we'll see how long it takes before they hit level count. It's usually 8.5 hours to 8 hours 40 minutes for level cap in ODS. So we'll see how it goes. Theoretically, we should hit it in 7.5 hours. We get 14 levels every minute at this point right now, so I mean, if anybody wanted to do the math on that one, you're more than welcome. I'm not. I got better things to do than to figure out that math. I'll get there when I get there is the way I view it. Oh, yes. Caught him in the middle. Okay. I feel like we're gonna be, yeah. Next time around we won't loot. I'll just go and get the O2. I should have done that this time. So, it's gonna put me a little behind because of that. Grab that. 83. Wonderful. Now let's just use this one then. We'll wait out the oxygen to come back, or my energy. The son of a bitch. I hope your mother loves you. I hope your mother loves you. 'Cause I sure as hell don't. That's what I get for not looking around, though. What do I expect to happen if I don't look around? his ass get back quick. He said, fuck this shit, I'm out. What is that? Done. That's Spectre. So none shall pass. Can't believe I avoided that grip. It was like midway to me and already thrown his hand out. I almost thought the server wouldn't have counted it. Just glad it did. This looks like this should be a good loot. Yeah. I think next one we'll probably have to go use the canister. Yeah. Picked up a few. That'll be okay. I gotta wait for energy to regen. Yo. Oh, I love shield gating. That runner would have just killed me without it. It just exploded all over me. Dirty, dirty finish. Oh, so dirty, baby. I'll wait here for a second. Hi. I figured everything out with this. I just sit here for 25 years at this point. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Mob. Maybe this simplistic. Jesus Lord, if I make this easy. Alright. Just given the parameters of the time period you had to release it, you really couldn't get too intricate. That's what you get when you rush content. Very simple mechanics. Jesus. I thought this was hard. I mean, granted, it did take me a total of 8 hours to figure it out. As being someone who's already done over a 20-hour survival in this exact mission. So, I guess not too bad at all. I guess like maybe your normal player might have to take a good 48 hours of actual play to figure this out if they're really paying attention. And you have to really go for a while to see the pattern. But essentially all the pattern is you alternate between looting and using a capsule based on like the capsule coming up. So when you see the capsule respawn, you already know that you probably have to go loot, or you have to go use the capsule. Very simple mechanics in it. But like I said, I don't think they really could have done much more to changing how survival works given parameters of time. No, there is a difference there. But there's a 200. Hold up here. Let me just double check this. No, it's slightly different. Slightly different. I only have 70% power strength and I focused more on range. But it's not really too fundamentally different. How you doing though, Pablo? I think the Acrid build is the same. Oh, I want to say the Acrid build is the same. I was going to be using a different Acrid build, but I actually wasn't capable of doing that. Just because I needed a higher kill per hour, and I thought my original plans would have netted me in with a higher one, which was using Mutilus Cernos for applying my viral radiation. And then using a full toxin. Acrid. I mean, it was great numbers. Crazy good damage, but it did not have better kills per hour. It actually had less kills per hour. I think I averaged 3,000 with that one instead of 3,500. So. Oh, what hit me? Huh. I think I saw an ancient, but I really don't think I did. Huh. 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 Very, very interesting. I thought it was an ancient. I saw a hand way in the background, but I was like, there's no way in hell that's gonna hit me. Oh, I didn't see that one. Okay. I did not see that one. Wow. I gotta stand a little bit further back then. I might be able to... Oh, buddy, could I possibly get so lucky? Oh. Oh, that's the hot sex. That's what I'm talking about right now. Okay, never mind. That is not the exact order of things. So here we are. Okay, so there's still the same dead points. Okay. Because there are dead points like that in normal survival even. Where you can't do anything but keep on top of... I might be dead. Just to keep on top of the O2 capsules as they spawn in. So this is... it's exact same, but slightly different. Okay. It's the exact same ratio, or it's the exact same survival, but the drop chance looks like it's slightly reduced. Okay, so that is the actual formula then. I thought it was that in the beginning. I just started to notice a really odd pattern that just kept holding for a good while. So, it actually, that's why I have to say it's like the old survival, because if you were here earlier, I noted about the fact that the dead points become, like, last for such a long period that you end up getting used to those dead points because they last that long. And, well, that just happened there. Interesting. There's always an algorithm to anything that can even just go for even a percentage based drop. You can figure out an algorithm for it. And at least have a like a 75% chance to like 90% chance to having that algorithm work within the parameters that you have set to, or that you have figured out the algorithm to be. I think what I said makes sense there. My brain was just thinking that over. Did it make sense? Hope it did. Didn't? Oh. It's just my brain working as usual. So your good points last less. So we should have stayed in that a little bit. We should have stayed in that longer. This is interesting. I'm gonna be 100 hours into this and still have just a foggy idea of how this happens. Watch. I really see it. I mean, this does go back to how I thought in the beginning. It's just my opinion's probably just gonna keep changing throughout the round. I'll just be flopping back and forth between the two of them. Eventually, whichever opinion I end off on, I guess that'll be my solidified opinion. Okay. The moment when you hit a mob so hard, it doesn't even give you a bubble. You just die. Yeah, that happened. Hacker just hit steroids all of a sudden. $87, not too bad. I feel like there's more loot back there than I missed. I feel like that should have been 100%. I just pulled my bubble too far back. Okay, now we will go. Yeah, there's a few there. That would have brought me up to 100. I'll just activate this, I'm already here. I'm just hoping I won't regret that later. You can see this is a, what I like about this is it's very unforgiving. You gotta like, pull it out your ass on your mistakes, and I really like that. There needs to be more of that in this game. I love the chill, and I think the way they're going about things is really nice. They leave normal chill endurance as it is, nice and chill and awesome, and then they start adding on more difficult levels of endurance within it all. I really, really approve of this. This way they can realistically eventually meet every, hopefully, meet every parameter needed for skill, and allow people to actually get to where they want to go in the game. Because the one thing I've always seen about this game that DE tries to do, and it's almost like a foolish thing to do because it's an impossible thing, and that's please everybody. And I think they're actually on the road to something close to that. Of course, you know, you can't please everybody because you'll still have the people complaining about no PvP and such like that. But like in the regards of PvE and everything, getting closer. Definitely getting closer. I did say in the beginning when they first announced this that if they don't add modifiers to this, it's going to be a failed release. And honestly, I'm glad they did. Yeah, we still don't have a little bit faster scaling and normal endurance, but that's why I call it chill, man. Because we still have ultra hard mode to be the next thing to come out, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that, more or less. What are they gonna do to push ultra hard mode? I would honestly have to say I hope they wait on ultra hard mode and don't make it like a TennoCon announcement and have it released after. Let players let this like sink into them and everything and see where things are going. And then come out with the ultra hard mode with better thought into it, you know. I think I may take the time to and apply for the test. We'll see what kind of endurance run I can get done in the 2 days it's open. Oh boy. I don't have energy. Not the biscuit for the biscuit. Okay, I didn't die. So if I get just 1 18-second. Grab this one. This time to regen. Boom. Wow. Once again with the grip. There we go. I think we may have to go clear the room again. The mob count is starting to reduce. That's gonna be pretty annoying to have to keep doing. Plus it's screwing up all my science. I can't figure out drop rates and all that if half the fucking spawns are 2 rooms away, for God's sakes. We doubled the amount of mobs, but half of them will bug in another room. Enjoy. Guess you guys didn't test to see whether your code could handle that many mobs for that long. I think you should know it shouldn't. You know what happens in excavations. Where's the batteries? Oh, they're stuck on elevators and stairs completely out of the way. Yeah, the auto despawn thing we have when mobs are stuck, yeah, it doesn't work for that. Sorry. They gotta be stuck on a railing. Ah, nice. telling me your error protection doesn't even work. Yep. It's like having Goofy tell you, yep. It's hard to really say here what the hell's going on. I feel like maybe I should start waiting to like 60% before I go use my O2. Though I really like doing it at 70, so I get guaranteed 100%, but yeah. Every time I leave and come back, it's like all of a sudden the thing's just filled. So, yeah, and it's even like with 2. There's like 2 there when I leave and then come back to just a whole plethora. Part of me says go. The other part of me says no. 88%, okay. It's at 400 minutes though. Yeah. Get this way. That does not look like enough oxygen to... Oh. Actually, let's just turn it into enough oxygen. We had so much loot in other places, I really need to start taking advantage of that. It's a higher risk doing that, of course, because I'm moving out of camp spot. But it gives better reward. Alright. Give myself a second here.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, what's going on? What's going on?
Alright, let's get back into this craziness. Stop it. My wire's screwed. Asshole. Let me dash through mobs. I need energy. I'm gonna go loot real quick. Just so I can free up loot space. Yo. Oh, he's not here this time. You failed your post, my good sir. What are ribbon shards used for? Can anyone tell me? They weren't around when I was last really actively paying attention to things in the game. Go. Let's grab that endo. I like endo. Oh. Son of a bitch. Is there a silver? Alright. There's 7 hours so far. Hey, you had the stream on pause. All good, homie. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Really happy I'm doing so well in this run. It's 7 hours in. I got 3 revives left. It's a really, really good spot overall. Build's working out well. There's a little bit of fall off happening, but overall, I want to say that it's going extremely well, and I shouldn't have any issues doing the run that I need to do, as long as I just play appropriately. But so far, loving it. This has been a blast so far. And since we're going on a actual break here, I'll get the what's it called pulled up. I'll get the other video pulled up. Let's switch Logitech profiles. There we go. 100 hours is ideal. We're looking to do it over the next 2 weeks. I'm gonna go for not just hard mode world record, but overall. So world record currently is 69 hours for overall survival, and that was done on That was Ophelia, I want to say. I think it was. I'm not 100%. I know it was done with Ivara. It was done recently. I had to ask Anna, man. He's the one who saw the run and told me about it. This one finally beat his world record. At 52.3 hours or something like that. She got nerfed a long time ago with defense, was how she got nerfed. She used to be able to, on defense nodes like Hydron, with that type of defense capsule, she used to be able to actually stealth that. So she would be able to hit it with your invis arrow, and you could build it with enough range, and it would cover the whole thing and keep it invisible. And they took that out. Lord knows why they took that out at the end of the day. When they did, especially, because the world record for defense that was held by an Ivara was set like 2 years before that change even occurred. So, yeah, which is 564 waves. It was 64 because on 565 they stopped spawning, so he wasn't able to progress. Essentially. It sounds powerful until you realize after like level, even if you're using a corrupted ancient, after like level 700 the node is one shot. If you're not using a corrupted ancient, after like level 200 it's one shot. So given that the level cap is 9,999, and I know theoretically, I hear this by a lot of people, but no one ever goes that far. That's not what matters. What matters is this is the end. Given that, it doesn't seem too powerful. You know, it's kind of like Limbo. Limbo seems like crazy overpowered and strong and all this, but then you realize all nodes are one shot really early on. You know, like we're not even talking 10% of the level cap. You know, and then it's like those abilities start to make a little more sense. It's just unfortunately the way that you have to get to level cap is you gotta have like a bedpan, a diaper, you gotta have a catheter, you know, a feeding tube, you know, you just got an IV going with liquids in you and everything. You know, that's group play, of course. Solo, you can, you know, pause and actually enjoy life. But yeah, you have to, you know, dedicate a large amount of time in order to get there, but I don't think that excuses, you know, anything else. It doesn't really excuse anything. Like vault shields. Vault shields in theory are extremely strong, but in reality they're perfectly balanced. It's a duration-based shield that can absorb as much damage as it can during that duration. It doesn't make a difference how much damage is is done into it. You know, but then you look at something like Frost. Frost's bubble is absolutely abysmal. It only has a 1 mil damage cap on it, and you get 3 seconds of immunity with it. And it's like, it's absolutely, you know, garbage at the end of the day when it comes to hard endurance. Hard endurance as a Frost is just spamming your 3 all damn day, and it's really frustrating and annoying. I know level cap well in a few missions, interception and survival. As for defense, I'm poo-poo. So, most I've done is 100 waves, which is like 2,500 to 3k or something like that. Yeah, well, like I said, the only ones I'm good at. Excavation. I can't sit in a group long enough to be able to actually do what I need to do there. In solo, they need to fix it. That's their problem. Like, DE needs to fix solo excavation on a drastic level. The amount of batteries that spawn become dumb. The fact that it can take you up to 10 minutes to finish a drill on solo is obnoxious and should never happen. Like with Ibarra, I only got 75 waves on Hydra with her. Granted, I didn't want to do covert. I used a Galantine, which was working great. Right up until the stealth arrow would bug and it would either one-shot me or it wouldn't stealth the target and it would get one-shot. So, my 100 waves were all done with Limbo and Atarax. Old school Atarax with maiming and all that. The old maiming.
Hit 3 times.
No, you couldn't hit through walls when I did that.
Yeah,
Yeah. I got into defense after I stopped doing interception altogether.
oh, that's right.
And I didn't, like, I was still well into my interception days when they had changed that. It was like a week after I had done my 100 rounds solo using that, my Atarax and having it go through walls at a 20-meter range Atarax, and I get to cover an entire interception node from cap point to cap point while sitting out of sight. It was interesting. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get this AFK break going. I need to get some meds in me and such. I do want to thank y'all for chilling around. I do hope you enjoy the gameplay. This is of my 27.5 hour long ODS. This is normal ODS, non-hard mode. This was done over a year ago now, but I never got a chance to actually publicly show it. I just recorded the whole thing. But I do want to thank you all, like I said, for staying around and chilling, and for those of you that do stay around, I cannot thank you enough. And we will see you all when I come back from the break.
bounty. Hold out as long as you can. The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Alright, everybody, I'm back.
Your operative
Had to
just
go
found
soak
they could
a
not do this
lizard
without
as well. Gave him a nice little 20-minute soak. We're good. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to soak his feet. She's been laying eggs like really crazy good. She laid a fertile egg the other day, which is great. It was great to see. My first actual fertile egg. Really happy. We're not planning on actually breeding. I live in the same area that they came from at the end of the day, so we're taking the eggs and have them outside in a little type of nursery thing, and when they hatch, we just let them go in the wild. Because they are, I don't want to say wild caught, more like wild adopted. Just kind of decided to stay on their own free will. So, yeah, that just became a thing. They started out as lizards in a screen room, and I started bringing them in at night because it was during the winter and it was getting cold, and I cared about them. So I was like, we'll just get them little enclosures for the nighttime. And then we'd bring them out when the sun came up and everything. And then I got injured and I had to stop taking them outside. So I was like, okay, well, we'll keep them inside, and if they throw a hissy fit and like try and want to really get out or anything like that, then we'll go ahead and release them. And they just never tried. The most they would do is, when I wouldn't give them enough attention and I would open up their enclosure, is they would jump out and they would jump to the back underneath everything, and they would just sit in the corner and they would just stare at me until I put my hand down there, and then they would jump on it and nip me once and then just look at me. And that's what I would deal with every single time. That or they would play a game of running back and forth, just being a pain in my ass until they decided to jump in my hand. Like I said, that was only when I didn't pay enough attention to them for their liking, which pretty much meant I wasn't allowed to pay attention to anything else in the world but them. Yeah. They have personality. The big boy too, he actually, it's like a seizure detection system. A few times that I've had seizures that I've been down here, because my meds keep it fairly under control. He actually would jump on the top of the cage on the metal part and just make as much noise as he could until it alerted my girlfriend. And then as soon as he would start helping me, he'd jump down and just sit there. That is crazy. It is crazy. Alright, took a few more vape hits. I'm gonna go ahead and pause this up. I believe I shared the thing out, right? So I don't have a Firefox open anymore, yeah, so I had to have. Alright, and we'll jump back in. Alright, so what are we looking at? Oh, I didn't change profiles. 68 steel essence. You know, I forgot how much all the stuff cost at the vendor. I'll have to check afterwards. I could say the thing I would need the most would probably be relics. I just don't have a care for ribbons, really. When you're running a non-plot account, ribbons aren't really something that you think about. Yeah, when you get them, but I mean, I have a bunch and I just don't even feel like rolling them. Or like unveiling them for that matter. Haven't found a reason to. Now back in the day in the old HP system, oh, there was a reason to do it. There was a reason to get ribbons. Back then was not easy. Oh boy, those HP values were bonkers. Back then. Oh man, were they? If they were to add these modifiers into that pre-existing system, I don't even know. I don't think it would be doable. I really don't. I really don't think it would be doable. Armor really wouldn't matter, because by level cap they already have a 99.99% reduction. I guess that 9 would keep repeating, which would not be a good thing, so... Given that 9 would just keep repeating, it would eventually end up being 1 damage no matter how much damage you did. When you really think about it. That's a pretty scary thought, huh? I need a full duration bubble. Thank you. So that I can go use this. Oh boy. Oh no, 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 please don't, please don't. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play the video anymore during my AFKs. I don't think I'm going to be able to. That would be my guessing. I can fix that performance issues from happening again. I just can't run that video anymore. I can't do that. Okay. Noted. This PC really isn't the best to be doing this with, but it's what I'm working with right now. Temps and everything are under control. It's just we're literally talking hardware limitations, and that's where the unstability can come in, and that can cause a crash. That's the only thing I'm worried about. I'm not worried about frying any parts or anything like that or anything. I'm mainly just worried about a crash. And just anything I can do to prevent that crash from happening. Because we're already dealing with an unstable platform, aka Warframe itself. So with already having an unstable platform, you gotta be very careful with what you're doing. My other PC was fine. I used to have a host PC, and then I had a gaming PC. And the gaming PC was good. It was not like phenomenal or anything, but it was good. It had a 1060 with a Ryzen 7 1700. Essentially, I bottlenecked my CPU, knowing that I was going to eventually end up upgrading graphics cards. I had built a PC back when GPUs were insanely overpriced, so I had bought a lesser GPU and everything, so that I could not spend as much money there, and then I put that towards the CPU, which was they were more reasonably priced at the time, so that later on I could make an upgrade to the GPU when the prices stabilized more. That was pretty much the idea behind that. I usually would have to say that's the smart way to go. And I did bare minimum on RAM too, because RAM was like through the damn roof too. I had like 16 gigs of RAM. Which when you're going to be doing like anything like this at the end of the day, that's bare minimum. I would say in general, no. Though nowadays when it comes to gaming, 16 gigs would kind of be a standard. You really wouldn't want to have less than that. I guess you could get away with 8 gigs. Yeah, you could. I mean, you'd be running 30 FPS and at a 720p resolution, but I think it'd be fine. You can still have an enjoyable experience. I mean, because I'm playing at 30 FPS. The reason why I'm playing at 30 FPS is for stability, and I don't worry about FPS when it comes to a PvE game. And I know that console players play at 30 FPS. So with knowing that information and seeing long runs already done, I then know that 30 FPS is still a viable FPS to be able to see what's going on in the run. That's one of the benefits to at least having a game that's also on console. And that console, of course, naturally will have lesser specs, is you know the real limitations then of what you're dealing with. Yeah, that's 88. I'm gonna get annoyed. Thank you. hate this ability lock that happens out of nowhere. Where it just keeps telling you ability is not ready yet. It's max 4 and telling me I can't spam it. I am gonna put in a ticket about that. I want to know if that's intended or not. I don't like it. I don't think it should be intended. That's just my opinion though. You already limit us on how many pads we can drop, so I believe you should allow the what's it called? The ability to make the error and make a mistake and overuse your ability. You know, if you're gonna if there's a cap on how much I can use my ability passively, then what does it matter about the cap for my paths? That's what I'm getting at. So that's why I'm gonna put on a ticket about it. Because I know with mag I can just spam my 4 all day and not care. In the sense of like there's no ability lock on that. And like I can't even go into 10-0 with it or anything. It's weird. And that's why I feel like if that's intended, why? Then take the limit off pads or something. So like one goes into the other essentially. Best way to farm focus? Solo or with players? Or with friends, let me say it that way. Solo or with friends. Solo meaning like group play, just with pubs and such. I don't think I'm muted for those vape pets. I do apologize. Usually try to, because it's, sorry for clearing my throat there too, but it's just, it can be loud. I have a obnoxious long intake. It's really, it's like a black hole in my lungs. It's just like someone turns on like turbine fans. I have really good lungs. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Lung intake. I would say as for having just like really good lungs, probably not. I smoked cigarettes for like 10 years, and for 5 of those years I did 3 packs a day. So that's for having great lungs now. But they're getting better. Thankfully I quit at an really early age, so my lungs had the ability to actually recover. Now I can't even stand the smell of cigarettes. Oh, it's disgusting. I can get over it when I'm hanging out with friends or whatever. But, it is just nasty. I can't stand the taste of it either. I can't stand the taste of anything with ignition though. I have to vaporize if I'm gonna have something like that, but I can't even do tobacco anymore with that. I would have to try some really good quality tobacco, I guess, to have a different opinion. Like if I went out and got like a nice cigar, maybe I might have a different opinion with that. Because I used to Used to love partaking in cigars. I was one of those crazy individuals, though, that would inhale. Sitting there with a $50 cigar and 4-hour burner, and just there's no way when you spend that much money on a cigar, I'm not gonna inhale. But even on the cheaper end, but my version of cheaper end would always be Swishers. If I wasn't gonna spend a lot on a cigar, like I've spent $20 on a cigar before, but yeah, I never found that the quality there was worth that. And I had to pay the really good amounts for it, and then I found it worth it. But even then, now it's just, to me, it's just tastes absolutely disgusting. All I taste is ignition for me. There's no flavor behind it or anything unless it's actually vaped. That goes the same even for cannabis. Igniting that stuff is disgusting to me. I use a vape exhale for mine. It's so much better. So much better, so much cleaner. And black tar. Yeah, it was a lot. Solo mostly. Solo would be EOS. 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 If you were to get like friends together or something like that, the exterminate on Sedna, and you kill when you have like the focus orb thing, and what you do is you use a sleep and ox method, and you're good to go. Well, you can do that by yourself, actually. That's right, you can do that by yourself. Go into Sedna, the exterminate on Sedna with Equinox, and mass sleep everything, and then bring a melee weapon that can one-shot everything. And as long as you have the... what's it called? The extra affinity buff, you're gonna get a shit ton of focus. Just make sure, of course, you collect the orb. If you want to do it easier, like more auto mode, then EOS is going to be the way to do it, because you don't have to worry about collecting the orb. It's already done for you. But if you're really like, you want to get good focus, then that would be your best way to do it. Me, I just sit in an endurance run. But you can get focus capped with the other method that I just said I almost died. I didn't expect those mobs to get pulled in on top of me. I hit them with the bubble down here. They just came rolling towards me. Yeah, it takes like 20-30 minutes or something like that to get like focus cap generally. And that's at like MR20 plus. So that was at one point a way that they were trying to fix from happening, because it wasn't their intended. It wasn't intended, quote unquote. But they ended up just letting it be a part of the game, because a lot of the community complained universally, plus like, without a rework they probably could not figure out a way to fix it. Meaning a rework of the frame, or just taking out the affinity bonus when it comes to stealth kills. That would be the only other way, which I don't think they want to do. There's a nice little incentive behind that, you know. It's not huge, or it's huge, but it's also not huge, because it's just, you know, it's based on one situation. But yeah. That would be the best place I would recommend. The exterminate or EOS. It's really just, and if you go into EOS, use an AoE frame. And you may also want to invest into, I forget what focus tree it is. There's a focus tree, Unaru, that's it. Has the, I believe it's Unaru, has the increased affinity range. And that's going to help you for when the randoms kill things and everything like that. Hydron works okay as well. It's just the only issue is everybody just wants to go like 10 waves. So you only get like, I would probably say 15 to 20,000 out of each run in Hydron. And you can make that roughly about 3 minutes a run if you use the right AoE frame. So, I mean, it can be okay. Or not 2.5 minutes a run, 5 minutes a run. 5 to 6 minutes a run. So it can be decent, but it's Hydron though. I don't know how much of a masochist you are. I mean, if you are one, I mean, just roll on into Hydron and get all the fix you ever need. You don't have Equinox, so could you do it with Ivara? Yes. Yeah, it would just be slower. It'd be slower. I would if you do it with Ivara, I would lean towards EOS then with an AoE frame. Equinox is nice because of how much you can put into CC at one given time, and you don't then and then you can just run around at normal movement speed and kill it. Ivara's Sleep Arrow has a much lower total range to it, so it doesn't become as viable as an option, but it can work. I would say EOS then if you don't have Equinox. And then I would say try to put in some time to farm out Equinox Prime. If focus is a large priority of yours, let's put it that way. If it's more of a back burner priority, just stick with the EOS method and you're going to get, Radiant Relics. If you can, whenever you're doing that, try and make like a copy pasta. And have a copy pasta, say, for the group, staying 8, who wants to say, do you all want to stay 8 zones or something like that, Generally, I guess what I'm getting at is ask them to stay for 8 zones, or if they want to stay for 8 zones. This way you have a little bit higher of a probability of people hopefully wanting to stay, knowing that one person's going to stay. And if you're the host on top of it, it puts a little bit more chance of it happening. But yeah, those are my little recommendations behind that. Yeah, we're good. I want to make sure I was caught up. Yeah, that's the only issue with Ivara. She's just really slow. I mean, I guess you could wire dash through it, but then you gotta worry about cycling through your arrows and all that, so that wastes time. And aiming the arrows and all that is a lot of time wasted there. Did I hit loot cap there out of nowhere? It would appear so. Other than that, you can sit in an endurance run for, if you don't have a booster, for like 2 hours, and you'll get focus cut. As at least against infested, Grineer would probably be a little bit faster. But yeah, that's what I usually do, is I just sit in an endurance run. Sounds good. Yeah, I would recommend just going Farm Equinox Prime mount. The only reason I recommend Prime is the normal thing is like god awful to craft, and it takes really, really long in comparison. Like her craft time, like Equinox's, like normal Equinox's craft time is some like a week and a half or something like that. It's insane how long it is. 10 days, I think it was. Because you gotta craft two different... You gotta craft her night aspect, her day aspect, which both have 3-day craft times, if I remember correctly. And then after that, you gotta craft the actual frame itself, which combines both of those frames, which has another 3 days, so it's a 9-day build. If I remember. Well, no, then you got the individual parts to each of those as well. Yeah, I think it was a 10-day build. It was a 10-day build. Almost positive. But it was really bad. It was really, really, really bad, and I don't know why they don't change that. It's a really bad system. Plus, it's an awful farm. I would say easily one of the worst farms in the game, in the way of just dealing with RNG. There's other ones that are worse, just because of the requirements for them, like Trinity farm, in my opinion, is abysmal because of the coordinates needed. Necros isn't so bad because the drop rate's actually not too terrible on it, but I still think it's a pretty bad farm as well. Yeah. And I can't say I understand why the farms are still as bad as they are. I guess because it promotes the likelihood of buying. Which makes sense. I mean, even though this is a free-to-play game, there's no such thing as a free-to-play game because every game needs money in order to operate. When you realistically think about it. Yeah, she's the longest. There's no other frame that takes like that. Every other frame is basic ended, and they all work the same on craft. That's the weird part, is that was the only frame like that. I think that was an experiment to see how people would be receptive to it. And they just never decided to change it from there. For some particular reason. I would say they should change it and make it more even to everything, because there's no reason to have just one oddball frame like that when every other frame is just, you know, and especially when the prime variant is exactly normal as well, which I know they had to do. There was no way they could dilute drop tables like that. Like everything would have an Equinox slot in it, essentially, or we would have like Equinox only relics, like we do with like Lex. Oh boy, I don't know how I avoided that, but I saw it happen. Oh, that Osprey wanted to say hi to me. Ability locked. Again. Again with the ability lock. Okay. Let's go grab oxygen. $8,600. Was that XMS 8600 or is that 80? Oh, no, it's 80. Almost 87 now. There's 87. That's an XMS. 87 charger. Okay. What are we at? 7.5 hours. Well, we may see. Wait. Don't you dare tell me it's gonna take literally 8.5 hours to hit level cap when you gave me. We'll see. It may take 8 hours. I think they saved me a half hour. I think DE literally only saved me a half hour. I'm glad I'm just coming in here for 100 hours. I was getting a little excited about the fact that maybe we'd get the level cap within 7.5 hours, and here we are at 7.5 hours, and we're not even at 9,000. In fact, we just started 8,700. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that rate is it should be, wow, like a half hour saved at most. This is so disappointing. Like, I can't even math brain right now disappointment levels. I just saved 30 minutes because of hard mode, thanks. So ultra hard mode, I'll save an hour. That's wonderful. We're slowly making our way there. At least we saved an hour. An hour saved is an hour spent. So we're good. Yeah. It usually takes 8.5 hours to 8 hours 45 minutes in ODS. That I have actually, like, that's ingrained into my head. I can't remember the exact time, but I know it floats in between there because I've never had an exact time. It's weird to say that, but it is the truth. And I think that's because, like, you don't start at the exact same level, I think, all the time or something. I don't really understand it. That's the only thing I could come up with, is you don't actually start at the exact same level every time. It's just a slightly different variant, like between like 5 levels or something. I don't know. All I know is sometimes it's taken 8.5 and other times it's taken 8:45. No clue what the difference has been. It's usually somewhere in between there, because I've gone to level cap now on this particular mission. Seven times? Something like that. We're still holding on to that average of 10 an hour. Like, it's been consistent 10 an hour, almost. I'm pretty impressed. How much do the relic packs cost? Don't know why I asked like that, but I did. Yeah, how much do they cost per relic pack? My brain couldn't formulate that. It was like my cognitive head disorder kicking in. That's probably a sign I should take 2 head pills today, not just 1. Some days I can get away with 1, but I always like to try and just take 1 to see if I'll be good. Saves money that way. Ideally, yeah, 2 a day is the best for me. But, yeah. There we go. Yeah. 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 I do that every single time, Ganny. Like, I get scared. Turtle head a little bit on my pants and everything. Like, no, it sucks. But this is what I have been devolved down into, was camping at Extraction. I am camping at the most uncomfortable place because everywhere comfortable has shit on me. I don't know if you were around in the beginning of this when I was camping in the hallway. I had mobs literally spawning on top of me. There'd be nothing there and all of a sudden, bloop, there's something. I can only do that so much. That's like the ultimate uncomfortable at that point. So I had to like slowly keep working around different spots and everything, and well, this is all I got. Oh, the trade suspensions and all the actual bans that can't have. In my video, I actually do have one report where they banned a guy, and then they lifted the ban, and then proceeded to tell him that they may not be able to lift those bans that may happen later on, even if it's not, even if it is a legit run. Like, what? You're telling me you could get your account banned? Like, it isn't even just a trade suspension anymore. We're talking about people can get their accounts banned. I actually watched the guy do the run too. It was a really good run. It was a duo run. You want to hear how long it was? 4 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah, that's it. Could you imagine getting banned for a 4 hour, 20-minute run? And it wasn't even a Kuva Fisher. Stick. Let that one sink in. It was a normal Fisher. Can you imagine getting banned for a normal Fisher? Even 3 hours is enough? Yeah, it is. Yeah. For solo runs, it's much harder to trigger though. Solo runs are much harder to trigger, unless you're running Core. Core is the only exception to that rule. That was too far forward. I have to be back here. I know that. I can't be up with my Spectres. My Spectres are my front line to distract those damn Ancients from hitting me in the face. O2 should be coming in soon. Bumble. There's O2. Yeah, but my first trade suspension wasn't until my 21.5 hour run with Octavia. Before that, I had done a 14-hour run, 12-hour, and like a 8.5 or 10-hour run, something like that. And I didn't receive any trade suspensions. I even did 500 rounds of solo interception and didn't get a trade suspension. 500 rounds of solo interception. And let me tell you, of all runs to not get one, I am amazed that that run was not the one to get it. Because it was 500 rounds of the game bugged to all shit that I cannot control. It's still not fixed to this day. That bug is on my channel. If you want to take a look at it, it's called the Zinni bug. Yeah. That's still not fixed to this day, and nor can it be fixed unless they rework the system that I was just talking about not working earlier, which was mobs that are stuck and not moving in place, despawning. Yeah, it doesn't even work all the time. Because, you know, we got mobs like this guy over here is just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. And I guarantee you, if we go into that room in here, we're gonna have mobs just sitting around, some of them bugged into the floor. Look at this. What is this? What is this? This is your despawn system working, DE, right? How about Pablo, instead of telling me it's way too much work to fix it, you fix it, and you fix your failed system to begin with. What is that? What is this? I mean, seriously, bro, look at this. It's a fucking orgy in here. It's a literal fucking orgy. We got a whole group here, and in fact, look, watch this. You ready? Yeah, we got a whole fucking group up here. I mean, come on, man. You better not kill my Jin. I'll go back to my camp spot. I've made my point. We had more there. Like, come the hell on, man. Like, I'm wondering why I'm having O2 problems. Well, it's because half my fucking map isn't even coming to me. This shouldn't be hard mode because more of the mobs are in a different room than actually fighting you. Having crumpets and damn tea. Get the hell out of here. This is what happens when you put too many mobs on a map and the AI, and the actual AI can't keep up with it. The code gets overloaded. It's because you added too much fancy, shiny shit into the game. Instead of working on the back end before adding all that. The game was already unstable to begin with, and you just kept adding more flair. At least RTX works in Warframe now, right? I don't even know anymore. Yeah, it is Hamburger Thursday. Look at all this hamburger. Jesus. What is this system even? It's a blessing I can even get this run going. Exactly how I feel. Give me a second. Go ahead and take your hand off. Give me a second. My salt levels are increasing. Alright. I think I'm good. I think. That was frustrating. Glad I took another hit off of it. Just imagine I'm gonna have to deal with that for the next 93 hours. Oh boy, will I make a forum thread about it. Oh boy, will I. Ridiculous. And it won't be fixed, because the excuse will be, we gotta fix your whole system. Well, isn't that an indication that you should have done that a long time ago? If it's gotten this bad, that means you neglected it for a very long time and you kept adding stuff. Hence the trade suspensions and how bad they're getting right now. If you would update your system and take the time, take the work week to do it once a year. Or hell, every time you implement something new that's going to affect that system, before you release it, I know this is stretching it. Hear me out. Hear me out. We'll sit through this one together. Make sure the system won't trigger under reasonable circumstances. Which means doing math. I know it's more math than 1 + 1 + 1 equals Warframe, aka System Neuroptics chassis. I know it's more than that, but I can guarantee you, you're gonna love the way the system works after. It's a little too much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Speaking way too much common sense. How can we release the newest Tenogen if we're going to be fixing that? You know what I'm saying? Gotta make sure you got Tenogen. Keeps the hamburger buns fancy as fuck. What's my energy pad? Okay, there we go. I got all my pads down. This guy's going for a world record. He can't even remember his keybinds for his pads. Let's not talk about it. gotta go back and get those mods. Can you let me recast my 4? I don't know if you could hear it in the stream, but that was me spamming my 4. I hope you heard it, because I was hitting it. Oh my lord, was I hitting it. It just gave me really disappointing news. Said I didn't feel anything. I was like, damn, I hit it though. It was over. It was all over. I'm glad you were able to hear it. Because oh boy was I hitting it. Could you imagine if I had a mechanical keyboard? Oh my god. That would be so loud. It's just too bad they don't make mechanical keyboards that are ergonomical. I'm not using an ergonomical keyboard right now, but I can't find investing in the money to those keyboards that they cost if they're not going to be ergonomical for your hands. Like this, like, what am I investing into then? A fancier spring? Like, get the hell out of here. That's just how I feel. I'm just a salty old man. I'm just a salty old man. Full of wonderful PTSD. This game helps it, though. This game helps it. One of the few games, I will say that much. One of the few games. That is a mess in there. I have to go clean that up. I gotta go in there and clean that up. Can you believe that? I have to go clean that mess. Alright. Let's see if I can't work my way out there. where's my energy? Oh, the mob spawned underneath me. Okay. Well, I guess it's cleaned up enough then. If I ran out of energy, I'm not gonna waste a pad on it. I can just go back in there later. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There's mobs. Would you look at that? We have mobs again. Thank you, game. That should be 80. Let's go use 86%. Anything in here that's all messy? No, everything looked to be okay there. Oh, I could be wrong on that. That was a really... If we don't see that big cluster moving in here. Yeah, okay, we do gotta clear something up here. We got another cluster over here too. Sorry if you hear the spraying of the bottle. Oh shit, I didn't see I had no energy. My brain was distracted. God damn it. My girlfriend's spraying the lizard enclosure. One of them. Where the hell did this just come from? Oh, random oxygen. Here you go. Just avoided those two arms. There we go. That's looking pretty good now. Alright, we got 50 seconds till gen res. Mobs. Mobs. Hello. Thank you. Here they come. Why am I on YouTube streaming? Oh, my Twitch account got banned. I asked, and if you look at my most recent upload, that goes over everything. But yeah, TLDR, I asked about trade suspensions in Warframe stream persistently, and I got my account banned. So here I am. Yeah. Hence why I'm gonna do a 100-hour survival now. They got me mad enough to want to go for a world record. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't even have a chance to appeal. I don't think it was Warframe that banned me. Of course, I don't have any evidence of them not banning me either. But the more likely thing is their white knights saw that they weren't answering them, and I had kept asking, so they put on a mass report on me because they're white knights, you know. And it was during the console release of Deadlock Protocol, so it had some, like, there was oomph in there in the chat. And I also had people doing copy pasta with me. Like, I didn't organize that. They did that on their own will. I don't even know who the hell the people are. Like, I'd never seen them even in my channel when I was streaming, to my knowledge at least. If they came in through, I apologize. I just don't remember you. But yeah, it's I had like 2 other people doing copy pasta in there of it. So they didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. Somebody didn't. That's all I know. Somebody did not like that. Give me 1 second though. I need to go get vape juice and refill my tank. That's on you. I'm not encouraging anybody to do it, but I also won't discourage anybody from doing it. Let me put it to you that way. The next day, somebody that I know over Discord, they told me that they did the exact same thing in chat, and they got banned from Warframe's channel, and then they did it over in one of the developers' channel as well, and they got banned from that channel too. So yeah, I would say the reason why they banned them from that quicker is because they probably got wind of my video, and they don't want the white knights hitting the hell out of everybody and getting their accounts banned and starting up more drama than what is currently going on. So what they're doing is just banning you from their Twitch channel, or being able to communicate in their Twitch channel, which, in all fairness to DE, it's not commendable, really, because all they're doing is trying to cover their ass from things becoming worse than what it really is, or than what it appears to be, which is just some, disgruntled veterans here and there. When in reality, this is a long stemming problem that has caused many people to quit the game, and thus the problem doesn't look as big as it really is because of the amount of people that quit the game. It's why one of the reasons why I made a non-plat account is because I was like, well, if I just quit the game, then the problem becomes forgotten about. I mean, granted, I did do my online campaign and everything, but in a total sense, at the end of the day, if I'm not creating content for this game, then that message still becomes forgotten, more or less. Yeah, there's my here and there, but I'm not relevant in the conversation anymore because I'm not actively still receiving them. That I don't know if I would... I would rather have it organic. If there was to be people wanting to do it, I can't find anything else with that. Let me put it to you that way. I would not condone that. But yeah, I don't honestly, as for my Twitch account, I deserve it. I was borderline spamming on their Twitch because I was
they have a 30-second eternal cooldown, and every 30 seconds I would re-hit it. So in my honest opinion, I got what I deserved. Does it suck at the end of the day that it's gotten to this point to where I've had to go to actually more or less spamming on a channel about it because I don't get answers any other way, being respectful and all that type of stuff. I don't get answers out of it. That sucks, and that's really stupid that it has to come to that point that I've had to resort to such barbaric tactics in order to possibly get an answer because I've exhausted all other type of tactics. That's really depressing, but I still got what I deserved. What they want to do, ban over 1,000 bots. Yeah, I get you on that. You gotta figure it's the White Knights doing it, but yeah, I mean, I get you on that. It's something it would become a problem for them. I see where you're going with that and the ability to win with that. It's just, I feel like if it was done organically instead of just by one individual, it has more oomph behind it, if that makes any bit of sense. Otherwise they'll just say like, oh, someone's being an asshole right now and it's just one person, and they'll bypass it. But then when all of a sudden, a bunch of people post on the forums and everything that we posted on there, and they're trying to say we aren't legitimate posters about this, and we are, that's where it starts to become bitter pushback for us. But when it's literally just one person with 1,000 bots, it doesn't look that credible. If that makes any sense. Yeah. I mean, like I said, if it ended up becoming a thing of people naturally doing it, then awesome, because it does need to be addressed. But like the fact that people are legitimately getting trade suspensions for legitimate runs, it does need to be addressed. But I can't find that resorting to bots would be the best tactic. I don't know if fighting bots with bots is the best idea. Let's put it that way. Alright, let's get back into this run though. I just realized too, it's been almost an hour since I was medicating. It explains why I got so salty earlier, so simply easy, when I already have to expect things like that in Warframe, like what I'm dealing with. It explains it. I have less patience when I'm not. The medicine's wearing off. A lot less patience. I lost a Spectre. 2 Spectres. Oh wow. I wonder if they reduced the health of Spectres. Once they got that over, I mean, there was a decent amount of mobs there, but I didn't feel like they should have gotten overwhelmed. I guess I did have a lower end Lancer there, but the Lancers usually live for a while. Oh, I didn't have an Ancient with them. That's the difference, is I didn't have an Ancient with them. I usually always have an Ancient down. I was gonna wait till level cap for that. I guess now I know that's not an option on that end. Good to know. It's like the ancient doesn't do anything for me at this level, and I have shield gating, so. And when the ancient would do something for me, I shouldn't be dying anyways. Granted, those were the 3 times that I died throughout the run, but we'll not speak about that. I use a mixture of medical cannabis more or less, but I use a mixture of CBD, CBG, and THC for my bipolar, PTSD, seizures, and a lot of physical ailments. I would leave it at that for the physical ailments, otherwise I'll just be here for another 20 seconds explaining things. Yeah, I had to switch over from using Western meds because A, they weren't doing enough for me, and B, I was destroying my stomach. It was at the point to where, like, I still can't to this day, I can't take Excedrin or anything like that because I cough up blood. So, or I get really, really bad stomach aches and I get near the point of coughing up blood. Like the last time I was sick, I was only able to take Dayquil for 2 days before I had to stop because of the pain. That's about how sensitive my stomach is because of all the medication. I can say though, with medical cannabis, I have a much better quality of life. I'm more here mentally. I'm not slamming back 80 milligrams of Percocet a day. It's relieving. Yeah, I've been a patient now for 10 years, but I've been using CBD for 6 years. I was around when it first came out and all that, and was starting to be used in products, and I found it in California through a dispensary that used to get it from a guy who made his own hash. He used to take industrial hemp, sift out the small amounts of CBD from it and make it into like a keef, and then he would mix it with THC base. That was my first introduction. It's the only thing that actually helps my seizures. THC doesn't do shit for that. That just helps me with my actual head disorders. And then CBG has been helping me because it's an anti-inflammatory of the, what's it called, of the veins. And I have a lot of issues with my veins. A lot of issues. My hands get so cold that we actually took a digital thermometer to them one day when I was having one of my cold fits. And my hands were like 68 to 70 degrees. They floated around in between that, depending on the spot in my hand. I get like really bad blood flow to my hands and my feet. And that's painful in its own right. Shit hurts all day. Yeah, CBD has been incredible. It has been just great stuff. Yeah, TV's been around for this stuff forever. Homeboy knows all of that. A lot of these people, a lot of the people you may see around, like some of these people would go like way back, like 7 years ago, most I've known. But yeah, CBD has saved my life. I can realistically say that much. It really, really does. I'm gonna be sad to see the day though that it becomes recognized in the medical community, because it's going to be very heavily destroyed, is the best way I can say. I dread the day to see all the synthetic shit that they're going to be putting in this and all the fillers and everything. And it's like, because the only prescription-based CBD that's currently on the market right now, let me take a hit before and I'll talk. Yeah, what's good, Pt.2? There's somebody there from like 7 years ago. Doing good, man. We're at 8 hours in right now. Yeah. The only prescription-based CBD on the market is it's more or less like a cough syrup. And it's just loaded with a bunch of shit that you just don't want. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just loaded up with it. Like, everything in it is artificial besides the CBD. It's insane. Like, I don't want that. I just want my product. Me personally, I like full spectrum anyways. I don't use isolate or anything like that. I prefer full spectrum. There's a reason why the plant develops it like that, and it's not to be separated. That's not the reason. There's a reason why you can find over 120 different cannabinoids in the cannabis plant, and they're all there with every single strain, just in very minute microscopic amounts, with some of them, and some of them having higher percentages of others. There's a reason. Same with terpenes and all that. Like, there's a reason all of that exists. I prefer to keep it that way. Like, I don't like, even when it comes to concentrates, I get really iffy with them. Like, the reintroduced terpenes and all that, like, what, that's a waste of time. Why are you separating everything? I understand extracting as you do, because even, like, baseline normal hash, even like keef and all that, it does change the taste. And the reason why is it shifts the order of the terpenes. You don't have the exact same terpene spread as though you would have with flower. Oh man, that was a lot of oxygen just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Holy shit. Oh no. But yeah, and that's what I just don't look forward to. It'd be awesome when insurances can cover this medication. That much I can tell you. That'll be amazing. But I fear when that'll happen, because what I just stated before will also happen. Yeah. That's my big issue. But insurances do, or like some type of insurance needs to be made for this stuff. Because companies shouldn't have to charge really dirt cheap prices. They should be able to make good profit and have a real business. And B, patients should still be allowed to get the amounts that they actually need. I've been pushing hard for something like that though since I started on having this medication. It just never made sense to me why some type of insurance program wouldn't be put into play. And then the dispensaries can pay the insurances to promote their dispensaries. And bada bing, bada boom, that's how insurance companies work anyways. Right off the edge. 80%. I guess I'll deal with 80. No, don't get pulled towards me. You got a bunch of runners in there. Stay back there. Alright, we got a bubble up. Let's go ahead and go use a capsule real quick. Let's let this recharge and go. That's a good question. I think I still have my Stream Elements stuff. Yeah, I do. I still have my Stream Elements account. I just have to work on all that type of stuff. When I come back from my break, I'll have a command made for that, because I already have like everything set up for my Stream Elements on YouTube, because I did do an attempt run before. Like a year ago or so, one of my first Octavia runs actually. I tried over on here, so I should have all my commands and everything set up there. So I can just double check the command and everything. And that the bot's even in the channel. The bot's probably not in the channel. But yeah. It sounds good, Pt.2. I honestly didn't even think about that. The only thing I thought about was like just getting content made back from my community. It's just like, I don't like not making content for my community. I don't like just making videos. I like live streaming, even though I can't do it effectively in the way of what a successful streamer really should be doing for their format and their time scheduling and all that type of stuff. I can't do it, but I still enjoy doing it. So damn it, I'm gonna do it. So. Sorry for the lawnmower. It's life. That's just me trimming away at these infested. Just every time you hear it, just think about me trimming away on these infested. That's all. As it comes back around, well, that's just the damage ramping up. It's getting closer to home, if you will. You'll donate for the cause against DE. I mean, theoretically, if you... I'm not against DE, but let me actually really firmly state that. I'm not against DE. I'm against some of their policies. As for, like, DE themselves, outside of, like, some of their policies, I've enjoyed my time with this company. Like, I'll put it that way. And I say with this company, meaning like playing their game, using their services and such, which is what this game is, it's their service. I've enjoyed it, and I'm definitely not against them. They've helped me out in a lot of ways on the game, a lot of ways. They used to give me MR levels whenever I would be eligible for an MR test, because the random spinning bug that occurs, and it's not a bug actually, from what they told me it was an intended part of the game. I don't know why it's intended. I think that's just their way of saying it's a bug we can't fix. But that there would trigger my seizures, and when I put in a ticket about that, they said, okay, well, because of that, all you have to do then every time you have an MR test to do is submit a ticket. This isn't my old account, not my new one. I haven't actually tried that yet because I haven't encountered the bug, though I saw someone with it. I think it was Glenn was Glenn, on Twitch, the Twitch streamer. He submitted a bug, or he submitted a Twitter post about it. But, it would trigger my seizures, so what they would do for me is that after I'd put in the ticket and they got to it, they would give me my MR, which is really, really nice. So, it's hard to say that I'm truly against the company. I just have a very strong dislike in this policy, which I think can be stated for pretty much anything in the world. You can never really like something 100%. There's always going to be something you don't like about it. Like here, I love living in the United States. I honestly wouldn't take any other country to live in at the end of the day. But there's a lot of policies in this goddamn country that are just stupid as shit. And it's one of those things, you know? And that's why I'm back playing the game, because it's like, I'm not gonna just roll out of this damn country because I have some policies that I don't agree with. You know, you gotta take the good with the bad and just fight the bad. You know, and try to make it good, try to make it right. You gotta understand that if you don't like something enough, you're gonna have to fight for it to be right. I had to do that with medical cannabis with a shit ton of different fights back in the day. They used to not even test for THC percentages back then. Back when I was first started in this whole thing. I've complained to high heaven about the fact that they didn't test cannabinoids. 2 years later, they started testing for cannabinoids. Another one of the things that I complained about was that they didn't actually test the ppm counts anymore, and they had bad ppm counts as part per million for their concentrates, and I felt that they were way too high and they needed to be regulated better. About 2.5, 3 years into complaining with that, they came out with regulations for everything to where you could not have over an X amount of ppm count, and every single batch had to be completely tested. It's wonderful. You know, there's a lot of great changes. It's just sometimes you gotta push for them. I'm not the only one that made those complaints, I can guarantee you on that. But I was a contributing source to it. And that's one of those things where it's hopefully when enough people keep actively complaining, because even though you got ignored for, you know, even a year, maybe 2 years, what matters is that you do keep complaining about it, because it's not shield gating. It's not going to go away at any point in time. It's just not. You have to accept the fact that it will not go away unless you try to make a difference on it. You know, and just quitting and running away isn't going to do it. That would be like me leaving the United States because I don't like some of the policies. No, instead what I'm going to do is fight for them to be right. You know, try to be respectful as possible while fighting for them to be right. You know, you don't want to become some type of savage in any type of fashion, you know. But you will want to be persistent. Persistent is one of the best ways that I can put it. Because essentially, at the end of the day, you're trying to get your point across, but you're also not trying to be extremely annoying, but you're also trying to be annoying enough for them to never forget you, if that makes any sense. So it's like a very delicate line in between. Essentially, I guess the best way to look at it is before you make a post, or before you make a comment or anything like that, think about when was the last time you complained about that. And then think about to yourself, if I was to hear somebody complaining to me about something that I kept doing wrong, would I find this a justified distance in between it to still remember that who I am, but not come across as an annoying fool? It's very delicate. It's very delicate. And that's the best way to go about it, I guess, more or less. I was muted that whole time. Shit. Okay. I thought I wasn't. So, the reason why... Was I muted through that whole rant then? Did you all hear my rant about level cap? Taking the same amount of time as normal missions? But yeah, Korra is the best farming frame right now because of her loot augment, her one can kill up to level cap, and her area of denial with her CC. Also, when you combine her with a Necros, she increases the probability. She increases the probability of Necros desecrate procs because she dismembers. So I'm really mad right now. It's looking like it's going to take me the literal exact same duration of time in a mission to hit level cap as in a normal mission. Now, you may say, oh, Baker, you only saved like an hour. The thing is when you have to do, say, a total of like 10 runs, that saves you 10 hours of time. And then you want to make a video out of the whole thing because you want to make a video, about the fact that you went to level cap and here's my build that I did it so other people can use it too. Now you have to deal with the 10 to 15 hours of editing that you have to do as well. Well, that hour of time that I just saved that I would have saved in those runs would have made up for the fact that I have to do all this editing. And it gives me more time in my life. And I'm really frustrated that I thought I was going to get to save time because they said that you get to save about an hour of time, and in reality, to get to level cap, it's the exact same amount of time. I'm at 8 hours, 19 minutes. I should have been at level cap 19 minutes ago in order to save even a half hour of time. Instead, I'm at level 9,700. So that means in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'll finally be at level cap, which is the exact same amount of time as it takes me normally in a non-hard mode mission. So what is the point of the extra levels? What is the point of the extra 100? There is absolutely no point. I'm really frustrated. Really frustrated because I was going to make a whole series of taking different frames and weapon combos and all this to level cap. And now I know that I don't get to save the 10 to 20 hours that it's going to take me, like for attempts that it's going to take me to get there. It's really frustrating. Just wish for once they would fully stick to their word. I mean, granted, if they would have done that with hard mode, they would have never added in any modifiers as well. But at least they would have stuck to their damn word instead of just screwing things up in dumb fashions. They added so many mobs to this that the AI can't code itself to work correctly, so they just sit around. So all the extra mobs are doing is making the game more unstable. They make it take the exact same amount of time to hit level cap, which makes absolutely no sense. The loot is all the same. For the most part, you get a few things added onto it, but the loot is all the same. And if they don't rotate boosters, they gave you two of the most worthless boosters that actually end up hindering your survival runs, because the more loot you have drop, the more frequently you have to loot. Otherwise, you have a higher probability of loot despawning. That's what they did. That's this game, that's this in a nutshell. And that's why I'm, like, altogether, that's why I'm so disappointed in this. Really? I saw the post about disruption level cap already. I didn't see that it was at 40. That it was the exact same. Wow, disruption was even the same. So that means interception will be the same too, which is around 121. Huh? That's really depressing. That's so depressing. DE, you couldn't even give us that. As endurance runners, real endurance runners, dedicated, hard, stat driving endurance runners. And when I mean stat driving, I mean we throw your playtime on this game higher than anybody else single-handedly does. Endurance runners increase it more than anybody else single-handedly, and the longer they go, the more they contribute to that. And you couldn't even let us save a little bit of time. You had to just soak every little bit out of us. Because this is intentional. This is intentional. You had to change things then. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the algorithm would have stayed the same, we would have gotten level cap naturally earlier. That means they had to go into the code and change it themselves, knowingly what they were doing. It's something really to think about. It's fucked up, man. Of it, they had to waste man hours of reverting that code or changing that code instead of putting that man hours into even fixing the fact that there's so many mobs on the screen or in the mission itself that they aren't able to code correctly in path. Think about that one. They put their hours towards making sure we had to sit in the mission for the exact same amount of time, instead of putting it towards making sure that mobs actually pathed correctly. That was more of a priority to them than that. That's fucking obscene. I love this company at the end of the day, but that is obscene, DE. Obscene. Overall, though, there's a lot of things I like about the mission. I love the reduction in O2. Weird to say. I know that may sound really weird to say, but I love how the ebb and flow is with O2 in this mission mode. I absolutely love it. I don't know how I would feel about it if I didn't have like 4,000 to 5,000 kph. I don't know how I'd quite feel about it. I'd probably feel it would be a hell of a lot harder to do. But from my perspective right now with this, I think it's amazing, and it works like so well for paying attention and just being more attentively there in the game than before. I think that's awesome. I love the fact that there's more mobs. I hate the fact that they're not doing anything, but if we take that out of the equation, because that doesn't really matter if we're talking about just liking more mobs. I love the fact that there's more mobs in the mission. It makes me feel like I'm in a real fight to survive. That's what I like about survival right now, I guess I could say as a whole, is I feel like I'm fighting for real survival now. I don't feel like I'm just chilling in a mission. I feel like I'm really fighting for my survival. And I really, really love that. That's incredible. But there's a lot of things wrong with it that are just fucking it up. Sorry for the language. YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTube. I did say that this wasn't appropriate for kids, so yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of things just messing up everything here. And I just... It's sad to see that they still don't put forth the time that they need to test. I understand you're at home, but I also don't care if you're at home. If you did things properly as a developer, you have a cloud database for everybody to pull from, and everybody has their work PC at home. Simply put. We understand it may take longer for releases. We understand that. Or at least I understand that, I should say. And I'm okay with that. Because of what you're doing. Because of the limitations of having to pull from a cloud and all that. And not just a centralized database located within your facility. I understand that. That's fine with me. But at least it gets done right. We've been complaining about that exact argument for so many years. And it's annoying to see that they just habitually don't learn their most important flaw. Their most important one, which is their inability to test. Yeah, they may test servers, but how many of those people testing really understand what's going on in the game? Let's put it that way. How many of those people? That's why you need people that went to school for this, that have training behind it, that do it for a living. Not people that are just casually playing a video game. I don't care if they stream for a living, even. I don't care if they make content on YouTube for a living. They don't test for a living. They don't do true uniformal testing. They do in a sense. Like me, I do in a sense. But as for doing real testing, no, I don't do that anymore. I did that back when I played World of Warcraft on a private server. It was a whole different story. Where you could screw up on where you could break the code, or you could break something in the code, and then you could open up the code and look to see where it's breaking. That's real testing. When you can do that. We can't do that. We just have speculations behind things, and we can revert that to them, and then there's a middleman between all that, and things are always going to get lost. When it's like the direct person testing it and also looking at the code, it becomes more uniformed together, and it can work better. There isn't trying to figure out what someone else did at the end of the day. They saw it happen there. They know exactly when it happened. They can then go look back. DE, from what I have talked with people, they don't get a lot of code back by the end of the mission. They get a very baseline amount of code, so they can't actually figure out why these bugs are truly occurring unless they can test it themselves, and unless they can then replicate that exact same situation. Generally, it's not going to really happen. So it becomes extremely hard to fix these bugs because they don't have good testing. Which I don't really understand when the company makes $150 million last year. Or at least $150 million. And I understand they have a bunch of other things they got to pay and all that. you know, investors and all this type of stuff. I understand that. But at some point, you got to stop looking for that for the growth, and you got to start really fixing your damn game and letting it grow itself. That's just how I view it. We're going to go for this one last reward, though, and I'm going to take my break. I don't know how long I've just been muted through that whole thing. I'm actually having issues with that. I'm having a lot of issues with that, because I can't just directly look, I guess. It's the easiest way to describe it, because I can't even... I have to run this on full screen. I can't run on a window mode, otherwise it draws too much resources. So, it's kind of where I'm at. We're gonna get this last rotation here. I was just off complaining about everything in the world. Just really, really, really frustrated overall right now. At least we'll be 500 minutes in. That'll be definitely a good time to go AFK. That's a 500-minute celebration. Alright, and now we'll go use a oxygen capsule real quick. Oh boy, we're not using an oxygen capsule. There was one sitting there apparently. Jesus. That was a lot of oxygen. 90, yeah. That's I saved no time. Jesus Lord. Oh yeah, the whole time I was complaining. Yeah, the whole time. Yeah. So essentially what I said was, you gotta think about the fact that DE purposely changed the coding on how leveling happens. Instead of putting work into things like making sure that the added mob count still allowed for the AI to path correctly. And that's something really to think about. That DE decided that it was more important to make sure that scaling remained the same when it comes to the end bracket than making sure mobs path correctly. That'll sum up the 15 minutes of complaining I just did, which I'm actually kind of glad that I was muted for 15 minutes of complaining. It just summed up a lot of it. It's something really to think about, that a company decides that that's more important. Like, and I understand like they run like these test clusters and everything now, but the thing is you gotta hire people that do this for a living, that test for a living, because they can pull up the code as the error happens and see where it happens. Yeah, I would have to say it does look like it's against endurance runners. It doesn't look like anything else, unfortunately. I can't foresee another reason why you would do that to somebody. Why would you make somebody have to sit in the mission for an extra hour to achieve their goal when you just told them to get to save an hour? Everybody else in the game got to save an hour but us. That's what that means. And that doesn't look good. Why does everybody else in the game get to save but us? Because it's literally after level 4000 that everything changes. All the scaling right up to level 4000 pretty much was right on point. And then when it hit that slow, what was supposed to be 14 levels every minute, slowed down into less than that. I want to say it was probably closer to 10 levels. I didn't get a real accurate look at it, in all fairness, but I felt like it was going astronomically slow. Like, I had commented multiple times, oh, we're finally here. And that's because it was going so slow that I was actually questioning everything. So, and that's because at the end of the day, after level 4000, you're going to spend more time in that mission going from level 4000 to level cap than what you would have originally done. You're going to spend an hour extra time. That's what that means. Theoretically, you spend an hour extra time. Because what they did was you start at a higher level instead of starting at a lower level, but you still end at the same level at the same time. So theoretically, they added on time for us. And that makes me mad. That makes me mad. Instead of giving us what you promised, you theoretically just made it longer for us and dragged it on longer than it needed to. I can't even understand that. Did I finish this video? Why did it not open file? 3? Oh, that's weird. I know I didn't finish it. I'll leave it here at 800 minutes. Oh, that's right, I couldn't run this anymore. It was causing, well, I still had glitches no matter what. I had moments of that. We'll leave this up and going. I really don't like leaving y'all with nothing. Oh yeah, I plan to be putting in a ticket. I'm going to be putting in a ticket with all my complaints on it, and I'm going to be clipping up from the stream and all that whenever I do finish the run. It'll take some weeks, because like I said, I intend to be staying in here for 2 weeks. But this will give me, I guess you could say, 2 weeks of testing. So I'll get the world record, and hopefully get the world record, I should say. Hopefully get the world record. And then I'll submit a ticket with all the bugs that I found, kind of like what I did with my 500 rounds of solo Zinni. I got the world record there, and then I submitted the ticket with all the bugs that I found. Granted, those bugs played in my favor. But still, these bugs don't play in my favor. None of them do. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys just saw that there. This happened a few times on the run. Watch down... I think it was here. If you watch down here at my 3, you'll actually see it go on cooldown at one time. It's really weird. It goes red. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye and it was red. Should be coming up here. Yeah, because this is just about where I left off. It's just me chopping through the infested. Don't worry, everybody. It's okay. Did I go back too far now? I should have just played back a few frames. Oh, there it is, see? You see how it's red? Weird shit, huh? It's actually, and you see it's grayed out and everything. It's on cooldown. That was something I never got a chance to report, but that is a bug that happens with Octavia during endurance runs for no reason. I had that happen during this run, I want to say probably close to 10-15 times, if not more. It's really, really weird. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and take a break here. When I come back, we're going to continue on with this. I've been streaming now for 8 hours. Jesus. Got a good amount of work done though on here. Do want to thank you all for chilling around and all that. And be sure to enjoy this Octavia gameplay, and we will see you all when I come back. I may have actually finished up that video there on that one. It may be on number 4. You know what? Let's just go to number 4. Screw it. Let's just go to number 4. We'll go to number 4. There. There's number 4. Good chance I already did, so. Anyways, we'll be back.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Alright, everybody. I am back. Took a 5-minute walk on the treadmill. And a protein bar. Some meds. Feeling better. Feeling better. this off. How are we doing on estimates and all that? We'll take a look at our loot. Credits, that's not too bad. How many, I'm gonna count how many Octavian or optics. Actually, no, I'll do endo. So I don't know how much endo I've gotten in total. I actually do care about that because I have plenty of mods I need to level. So many. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, so 10 would be 400, or 4,000. 3 would be 1,200, so 5,200. 5,200, so 5,000, or no, 15,000. 815. It's not bad. Probably. She's a really good frame. I just don't like her. That'll be a TLDR on it. She's too slow for me, and I just don't like her overall style. But she's an incredible frame, and most world records are held by her, which could be another reason why I don't really take a liking to her, is because she's in always in such a meta slot. Oh man, that protein bar, it's causing the burps. Gastroenteritis acting up from that. I don't know why. I have these things all the damn time. But, yeah, it could be part of the reason why I don't like her is because she's always in such a meta slot. Because of that, I'm like, yeah, 48 silver mod. That's nice. That's a lot. 48 of a silver mod. 96. Oh, there's over 100. 106. I feel like I'm running with a Necros. There's so many mods dropping. Jesus. Yeah, I'll farm nothing but hard mode all the time now. This is so nice. There's a lot of things that are just incredible about this game, and when I make my video about it, I'm gonna definitely be sure to note all the things that I've really enjoyed about it. Because after getting to play this for 2 weeks, I'm gonna have a good idea of what's good about at least the survival aspect of it. I'll of course say that in making the video, I'll of course also have to say that I have no idea any other opinion behind it, because this is all I've done. But yeah. But yeah, Ivor is good. As my interesting. Oh, it's Warframe default. I have that on, not semi-auto. There we go. I was wondering my macro wasn't working. Let's open up chat real quick. Yep. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it's broken on. Okay, hold up. I need to close down Logitech and reopen it. That's the only thing that becomes annoying about this profile switching,
Because when I go on break, I'll switch it over to my default profile, which is like normal desktop use. And then I have, for Warframe, I have 3 different profiles. So depending on what I'm doing in Warframe will depend on that profile. Which I'll probably end up making really specific ones to frames and all that. Right now I just have one, a semi-auto one, so that for like semi-automatic weapons I can not have to sit there and click and like break my finger in the process. And I have a one for spin to win as well, for whenever I want to use that. So those are the only 2. And then the last one is just a default profile. Where I think the only thing I have on there is my auto run macro. Because I believe that this game should have an auto run. Though the last time I said that I got laughed out of the forums. One person actually said it to me too. Where are you gonna auto run to? The extract? Yeah. That's what the intention is, my friend. I'm just tired of holding my W button after playing for 12 hours. God, I played World of Warcraft. We had a toggle auto run in there, and it was beautiful. Now there might be a loophole, which I did not think of. Oh, you might be able to do it without the macro. You might be able to hold your forward button, open your chat, let go of it, and it should hold. It should. Because that's how you stay stealth with a void form. Oh boy. That FPS drop. But yeah, that's how you stay stealth with void form. So it could work. I'm not testing it right now. Sorry. Yeah, I've always thought there should be an auto run in here. So what I did was I made a toggle macro that holds down W until I click it again. So Logitech software always wins. But yeah, did you actually get my question this time? Or get the answer with Ivara this time? Kind of want to make sure that you actually got the answer. Because I did say it. I shortened it up for you. But my 3rd time around, felt like the answer was pretty good. Pretty damn good. They were like, nah, you were muted. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, just read my lips. You're not running like a cam, though. I just read my lips. It's fine. Did you get banned for something as simple as that? No, because they allow the spin to win macro. As long as it's not more than 2 actions, your macros are allowed. Okay, good. Good. But yeah. Like, if you were to make something, like, stupidly complex, like, say, like, a spin to win macro that also auto runs for you, like, it does it everything all at the same time, that's bannable. So simply adding W into that macro becomes a bannable offense. You don't add W into it. Which I understand. I'm not actually complaining about that. I just like the fact that they allow macros in a general sense. It's nice. And if that's my take, is I can't have over 2 actions. Or that's my give, if you will. And my take is that I get to have the macros that I need, and then awesome. Because all I gotta do at the end of the day is just make other macros to attach to that using different buttons. That's all. And it becomes the same thing. You just gotta be able to have space for it and give up space for it. Like, I don't have... Like, my middle mouse wheel, it's my auto run. So I'm not able to actually run forward. Or, like, if I'm in my mods, I can't select all my mods if I want to, like, put them away for Venda, for, like, Endo or something like that. So there is some give and take, and that's why I have the other regular default profiles, so that when I do things like mods or something like that, I'm capable of doing so. Be right back. Thought I paused. I thought I fucking paused. God damn it. I thought I fucking paused. I heard one of the dogs yelp. Did my game just crash? Oh, come on! Oh. Okay. I thought I paused, I really did. I heard one of the dogs yelp, so I went to go see what it was, and they were playing and being stupid. God damn it. I can't believe I didn't pause. Oh, I hope I can recover. Damn dogs. Everything went out the window there when I heard it. It was like a snarl and a yelp at the same, like a growl and a yelp at the same time, and that's what like made me so weirded out by it. This is not normal. The whole run went out the window. It was like, dog, you okay? Alright, well, let me recover from it because I was just trying to care for something. Please. Please and thank you. D, can you give me that? Can you give me that, DE? I only got 2 lives left now. Yeah, they were playing, and
one went to go grab the toy and accidentally nipped the other one. Yeah. Yeah, that's all that happened. And I didn't know who was around really out there, so I was like, okay, well, I'll go see if no one's around and what's going on with the dog. Ah, that's life, though. At least I'm recovering from the fail. And yeah, and we're at level cap. 8.5 hours. I told y'all. 8.5 hours. This is ridiculous. I didn't even get to save any damn time. What is wrong with you as a company? Now I'm gonna get salty again. Calm yourself down, Baker. You already bitched about this. Yeah, that's how I feel, homie. See you later. Oh, we still got this asshole alive. I still don't understand to this day how to kill these things. They just randomly die. That's all I know. Like that. I have no clue how to kill them. I just know I hit them enough and they die at some point. It's like the worst mechanic I've ever seen. I've just never seen such a terrible mechanic. God, I want to camp in that room so bad. But then it eliminates the spawn room. And right now, this is about as perfect as I can ever get. I had a feeling I was going to be okay on that too. I think that's world first solo recorded level cap in this. Has anyone got confirmation on that? Is that world first? I don't have confirmation of that, and I don't think so, because it's been too many days, but I could be wrong. Could. I haven't seen anything. There has to be. Because there is already there is already level cap and disruption. No, the aggro does work out. It does work well against armored as well. You just have to use, instead of radiation, you run viral heat. You could also run corrosive if you want, but you have to keep viral in there. The viral is key to the whole thing because of how viral has been changed, and it increases dot damage. So that's what makes it so strong. And that's why I say viral heat, because you can innate them together and you get some passive CC with armor stripping. So you get about a 50% armor reduction.
And if you combine it with Mags 3, you pretty much always strip all armor. So they just fall over. And that's where something like Mutilus Cernos would come in handy, or you could just run the viral heat on the weapon itself and be fine. Like I am doing with the viral radiation. As for what you would like swap out mods for getting rid of that, I would probably say like a pathogen rounds, just to increase your toxin damage. Because I do believe that that will do it even though you don't run innate toxin. I'm not 100% though. Not 100%. I think it's all based off of your damage on the weapon. I'm not 100% on that though. So don't quote me on it. I would say go on the Wicca. That'll give you the best thing. I never actually Wicca'd the weapon. But, and then one against, what are they called? Corpus is really good because it ignores shields. Alright, time to drop the army. A status duration build with radiation viral. It was originally used to just help apply status if I so felt I needed to get faster applications of it. Got the squad over here, keeping things at bay. Jesus. Hell yeah. Alright, you chillin'. Oh, let me throw down a new Trinity too. Might as well level cap her. Oh, shit. We're getting really unstable. Okay. I might have to close the music down. We're gonna close the music down. Let me check temperatures. Okay, a little high on the CPU. I'm gonna clean my RAM up, and we'll see. Hopefully the RAM fix will do it. If not, I will have to end the stream for a little bit, for a couple hours, and let the PC kind of relax itself. I have been streaming for 9 hours. So, something to take into account. And it is getting pretty hot here. It is toasty in here, actually. Oh man, that's too much O2. Yeah, it's starting to get really hot in here. I might need to step away for a second. Yeah, give me a moment here. I am not gonna do well in this much heat. This is really unbearable. Be right back. No, we're good. I figured out why it was so hot in here already. The fan that I usually have on the other side of the room oscillating wasn't on. So the air had become pretty dead in the room. So it was just kind of stacking the heat instead of having things distributed and pushed out the room because I have the door open. And that was the issue. So that's much you can do there when you fail at having your room work. So the temperature's already feeling better in here just turning on that fan. I usually keep it on low, but I just turned it on high for this time period so that I could really let it air out the room a little bit faster. So this should help overall though. I'll be right back, actually. I'm gonna go grab one more thing to help with that. Back. I found a little small 6-inch clip-on fan that I was using for an old project. So I clipped it over to the PC, and that'll help cool it. Just help redistribute out that air a little bit more. I have to think about that long term regardless, so... Because when you're gonna be going this long, it doesn't make a difference if you end the stream right now, at the end of the day. If you're already having issues with heating, then you're gonna have those later. But they're all fixed right now. The room's a hell of a lot cooler. This room that I'm in usually stays at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's usually a perfect room for doing this in. But when you don't have that one fan that I talked about earlier being on, it easily goes up to 75 to 77 within a matter of a few hours. And especially like today, I think it's intended to be like a real feel of 105 at its hottest point in the day. Like it was a real feel of 90 throughout the whole night. So... Though that's why I'm sitting inside too. Because I don't do well in the heat to begin with. I get heat stroke really fast. So one second, readjusting my chair. Okay, that's better. Oh boy. We're having another one of those freezes. That might be a crash. I am going to have to run this in window mode. If this unfreezes, I'm switching to window mode. Please. 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 Come on. Come on. Ah. God, I hate pre-built PCs so much. Oh God, it's back. I had to alt tab one more time. Okay, I'm switching to window mode. Oh. It's going to reduce my resolution down to 720, but I don't care at this point. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you. Thank you, God.
circulating through. Oh no. Just stacks in here otherwise. Just never allowed to do anything. Alright. I opened the door. It is just hot in here. I think I'm gonna have to end off. It was getting nice in here, and then the door got closed, and then the air just stacked in here instantly. So I'm just gonna go ahead and end off right now. I'll probably start again in an hour or two once everything's cooled down. I do want to thank you all for coming and chilling around. I hope you all take care, stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always,